never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Up a chair and sit on the floor, right? That time once again. I hope your week's off to a good start. We're closing out a Monday. That's always the fun part. So all settled in. 5 full hours, just you and me as we roll into a Tuesday, 13th day of April. Kind of coming up on mid-month here. I guess kind of counting down the days till the cicadas begin to emerge. Yeah, we're probably just a couple of weeks away. As soon as we get our next pretty decent warm snap, and the ground temperatures do begin to warm up. I think did they say when the ground temperature hits, is it 60 or 65 degrees? It's the Brood 10 this year, which in our area here, much of Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, parts of Tennessee, West Virginia. I think it's the biggest brood, the 17-year cicadas. Yeah, locally there was one of the news guys, I don't know, the newsman or weatherman in Cincinnati that was planting some pine trees in his yard over the weekend. And showed the video. He turned over some dirt, and there they were. They were about somewhere 4 or 5 inches still below the surface, but yeah, beginning to come up, getting close to time to emerge. All right, so underway tonight. There's not a whole lot that's going to be slowing you down weather-wise around the country. It's going to be changing through the day today. We are beginning to see some of the snowfall in there. North Dakota. You've got some light snow falling from in Bismarck to Jamestown, on the western side over toward Dickinson. A little bit of snow just to the north of Minot, North Dakota. But you get on up north of the border into southern Canada. Yeah, there's a lot of snow. It's a clipper system, but that's going to be moving into especially northern portions of North Dakota, where we do have winter weather advisories. Actually, northeastern Montana, about the northern half of North Dakota, the northwest corner of Minnesota. You've got wind advisories then, extending all the way down into western portions of South Dakota. You're going to encounter some very blustery conditions through the day today. So high-profile vehicles, winds will be a concern there. Now, we do have a few showers, thunderstorms in the mix. There's a little pocket where we see some scattered thunderstorm cells. One cell east of San Angelo, Texas. We've got several clusters of thunderstorms in and around the Abilene area. Again, that's just a little cluster, but the intensity could, we've got some severe thunderstorm watches in place there for that region of the country. Yeah, so we'll dig a bit more into that coming up here, but again, it's just a very small area. Elsewhere around the country, let me pan on over further toward the east and to the north. We have a few pockets of showers, thunderstorms in south central Missouri, extending down into the north central portions of Arkansas tonight. Not severe weather there, but you may find some heavy downpours in the mix with that little disturbance there. Aside from that, the rest of the country is actually looking pretty good as we close out on Monday. Still some dreary conditions, rain, a little bit of light rain in eastern portions of Pennsylvania, south central and southeastern New York. Rain in New York City, as a matter of fact. But we're going to be watching for, as we progress into the day, Tuesday. Talked about it last Friday morning. We talked about it last night. That Arctic air, the record temperatures that were impacting parts of Alaska this past week, is making that dive southward into the lower 48. We've seen very beautiful spring-like temperatures in recent days across the plain. That's going to make this cold air feel that much worse. Temperatures rose to the 70s and 80s. Denver, Rapid City, South Dakota, even down to Amarillo, Texas. You're going to deal with blustery north to northwest winds. It's going to go hand in hand with this surge of colder air across the plains today, Tuesday. And wind chills will be a factor. It's going to feel even colder than the actual air temperature. It's going to make for difficult travel conditions, as I mentioned, along I-90 in South Dakota through the overnight hours tonight. Now, with the ongoing drought conditions there, blowing dust and an elevated brush fire risk will be in place for those areas. Accumulating snow, most of that's going to be limited to the mountainous areas through the day into Wednesday. The storm's going to drag enough cold air along the Front Range by Wednesday night, where we could see some travel issues along the Interstate 25 corridor in Colorado and Wyoming. Snow may continue to expand eastward into the plains during the day on Thursday. Black Hills of South Dakota, western Nebraska. You'll be included in this late season round of snow. We're not going to be talking any sort of blockbuster, back-breaking, shoveling kind of snow, but it's going to be kind of a 1-2 punch, back-to-back storm systems between now and midweek across the Rockies and the plain. That's going to keep your temperatures below normal for much of this upcoming week. Looking even further out toward maybe the upcoming weekend and early next week, a week from now, colder than average temperatures may be kind of locked in place. May take until mid to late week next week for temperatures to finally rebound and begin to climb above average. So it's kind of a early spring, late winter cold shock for the heart of the country. Elsewhere, yes, the change in the weather pattern across the southern USA this week. It's going to bring some familiar springtime weather for parts of the region. And in the form of rounds of rain, where we've seen a lot of severe weather targeting the south, stretching from Missouri and Texas over to the Carolinas, going back since the beginning of spring. Lots of reports. Of course, we've seen lots of tornadoes, more than 300 hail reports, More than 250 damaging wind reports. Showers and thunderstorms are going to roll through southeastern Texas, southern Louisiana, even southern Mississippi later on Tuesday afternoon and into the evening hours. Yeah, we're not expecting any sort of a widespread severe weather outbreak, but some of these storms could produce some gusty winds and torrential downpours. Another round of thunderstorms going to sweep through the Gulf Coast Wednesday and Wednesday night. We're going to see this lingering front along the Gulf Coast that could bring additional rounds of rain from Houston to Pensacola, again Thursday and Friday. We're going to be talking widespread rainfall totals, 1 or 2 inches, the potential for some locally higher amounts, especially right along the Gulf Coast. Some of the storm totals there could approach 8 inches of rainfall. Now, in the heavier downpours, obviously ponding could occur on the roadways. Torrential rain could dangerously reduce visibility, so we could be talking some travel delays there. Other than lightning, with any of these thunderstorms that do develop, the greatest threat's going to be the rain and the potential for some flooding, especially because much of the area has been very wet, going back to early March, as a matter of fact. We've been talking about places from New Orleans to Nashville, areas that have picked up more than 250% of their normal rainfall since the beginning of March, way above normal. Now, cities like Panama City, Pensacola, Florida, Mobile, Alabama, were deluged by above normal rain, where you've seen as much as 7 or 8 inch rainfall totals. So the creeks are running high, the streams are running high, river levels continue to rise on into the weekend. Not expecting widespread severe weather once again with these rounds of rain. That's got to come as kind of a relief because we've been dealt with one round after another of severe weather in the southeast. But this rush of incoming cooler air is expected behind each round of rain and thunderstorms. That's going to kind of suppress the chance for severe weather. Now look at temperatures across Louisiana over to Georgia are going to fall from being in the middle to upper 80s this past day, what you saw on Monday afternoon to start the week. You'll be in the lower 70s for highs by Wednesday or Thursday. And normal highs would be middle to upper 70s this time of year. That includes Birmingham, Alabama. You'll be 10 degrees above normal Monday, where you're wrapping up a high of 83 this past day. By later this week, Thursday, you're only going to be in the upper 60s for high temperatures. Friday's high temperatures across northern and central Florida will drop as much as 10 degrees from the peak temperatures today and Wednesday. And it looks like that wet pattern so far in the month of April finally spilled eastward across some areas that had missed out on the rainfall thus far in the southeast. We saw parts of Florida this past weekend. That's kind of helping alleviate some of the drought conditions there. They actually even set some records. Many locations across central and southern Florida have been abnormally dry with moderate drought conditions, according to the drought monitor. Of course, parts of Florida with those showers and thunderstorms also dealt with some severe weather, a lot of wind over the past weekend. All right, there's a look at some of our travelers' weather around the country. Again, not a whole lot to be concerned with as we roll into a Tuesday morning. Let me flip over, see who's jumping on board tonight here. Morning, everybody. Jonathan checks in from Fort Wayne. Hello from the Fort Wayne Pilot this morning. Dale, of course, in Jacksonville, where it's 63 clear. He said they're headed for 85 once again today. Just another day in paradise. There's old Demon. Demon, you know what? I've got a little something up on my screen that's right up your alley in regards to like baseball cards. I wanted to question you about that. If you want to give us a ring, if you're not too busy out there, because I know you like talking about that kind of stuff. Chevy Guy, rolling up on your 6th copy in the mail. Good morning. Marianne, yes, it is time for Tuesday. Morning to Richard in Florida. Let's see here else. Tank checking in here. Happy Tuesday. Nice night here in Arizona, 63 degrees. I'm headed west to Fontana, California. Everybody be safe. Have a great day out there. Oh, yeah, Jonathan, that's right. Gross. You mentioned that S word, as in snow. Yeah, I'm not the one that makes the weather. I just pass the information along. Let's see who else we got here. Rob, Rock Pick, morning from Rochester, New York, where it's 47 degrees, kind of a cloudy, dreary night. Steve checks in from California, and maybe one or two more. Roger. Let's see. Morning, Roger. Good to have you with us. Neighbor Dave's on the line. Anybody ask why you were on the air already tonight? The Reds are still playing. Yeah, they are on a West Coast swing. Yeah, back with my old gig. I'd be sitting probably in the newsroom just kind of chilling, waiting for the late game to end. Typically, I don't even know where they're at tonight. If they're in this the Mountain Time Zone, we normally get on like 1 o'clock. Sometimes when they're on the West Coast, San Diego, San Francisco, Los Angeles, we wouldn't get on until maybe 2:30 in the morning. So, yeah, those days are gone, Neighbor Dave, but thanks for asking. Here we are at 12:13 a.m. in the Eastern Time Zone. Our number is 844-844-3388. Let's jump over to some of our industry headlines as we get things underway here. What do you think? The whole Amazon vote to unionize, efforts to unionize the warehouse workers in Alabama. According to the numbers that they announced officially on Friday, by a margin of 2-1, the vote was no to not unionize. A major win for Amazon, they say. But the union trying to organize workers is set to challenge the results, kind of assailing the company's methods. According to the unofficial tally, 1,798 voted against forming a union, with 738 ballots in favor. So by more than 1,000 votes voting to not form a union. I don't think anyone saw that coming, or did they? Now, a simple majority is all you had to get for a victory. But both sides will have the right to challenge the eligibility of ballots. The counting concluded, and they're focusing now on adding up challenges and voided ballots. The margin of victory, too much to change the outcome, though. Union leaders had hoped the election outside Birmingham would spark a new era of worker activism. Instead, it kind of illustrates the continued challenges facing the labor movement, joining high-profile failures to start unions at auto and plane factories in the southern USA. This region of the country, the southern U.S., has been especially difficult for unions to make any inroads because many of those states, including Alabama, passed so-called right-to-work laws that kind of curtail unions' abilities to mandate any sort of dues and other measures. It has the same legal options as Amazon, challenge the eligibility of individual voters or allege that maybe coercive conduct tainted the election. In the latter case, this whole dispute would play out before the National Labor Relations Board and then likely in the federal appeals court. Unionizing Amazon, of course, which is the second largest private employer in America, would be the beginning to reverse that long-running decline in union membership, which, by the way, fell to 11% of the eligible workforce in 2020. The numbers have been consistently declining. You can go all the way back to 1983, at which point in time the numbers were already down to 20% of eligible workers were in unions, but the trend has continued nonstop. So lastly, the vote count followed more than a week of challenges to ballots during some of the closed-door proceedings that could influence the final results. Lawyers for Amazon and the union were allowed to question ballots when there were maybe suspicions of tampering, of voters' eligibility, and other issues. Union said there have been hundreds of contested ballots. It's not clear the number of votes needed to declare a winner, but I think that's pretty much done. If you've got more than 1,000 voting not to form the union, that's going to be almost impossible. Yeah, realistically, it's impossible to overcome. So, I don't know. I mean, for years and years, we've talked about Amazon workers, employees at some of these distribution centers and warehouses, how workers claim they're like working like slave dogs. Don't even have a time to take a pee break. Yeah, some of them say when they're having to pee in plastic bottles or whatever because they don't have time to even use the restroom. I would have thought going in that that union election would have gone the other way, but who am I to say? So there you go. Other industry headlines as your lines open as we get things underway here on a Tuesday morning. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. All right, from our friends at CDL Life, a handful of stories here. A tractor-trailer thief turned himself into police this past day for stealing a FedEx semi-truck that was parked on the side of the highway last month. We're going back to like March the 19th. 39-year-old Gregory McVaughn stole a FedEx truck that was stopped along Highway 1146 in Louisiana while the driver walked up a long driveway to deliver a package. The entire robbery was recorded on the dash cam of the semi-truck, which aided officers in identifying McVaughn, who had abandoned the rig along a dirt road about 2 miles from where it was stopped. Detectives were able to identify McVaughn and locate his address, but they could not find McVaughn due to his working out of state. But he turned himself in this past day. He tells authorities that he had taken the truck because he was aggravated that it was left in the roadway. Just angry. So he's facing 1 count of unauthorized use of a motor vehicle and 1 count of theft. Then in the state of Florida, you've got to see the pictures to know where this is coming from. The Highway Patrol took to Facebook to remind drivers about what they call their sneaky ghost cruisers. Florida Highway Patrol Training Academy shared a Facebook post warning drivers about these rather unique ghost cars. Now, what do you mean by a ghost car? The Highway Patrol says, peekaboo. You may not see us in our ghost cars, but we see you. This unique design is translucent on the car, but reflective when lights appear, illuminating the design. In other words, where it says Highway Patrol on the side of the car and police or whatever, all the things you would normally be able to see from off in the distance, especially like in the middle of the day. It's, again, translucent. It looks like just a black hot rod kind of vehicle. That's why they call it a ghost cruiser. Tough to spot markings. They're kind of a hybrid between a marked and an unmarked vehicle. They can use it in distracted driving patrols or to catch street racers, drunk drivers, speeders, aggressive drivers. Okay, a truck driver is in critical condition after a wreck that spilled thousands of gallons of diesel and brought down one of those big overhead highway signs this past day, about 11:30 this past morning in DeKalb County, Georgia. According to 11 Alive News, all lanes of Interstate 285 south and the 2 leftmost lanes on the northbound side were shut down as they cleaned up 7,500 gallons of diesel that were spilled in that wreck, as well as having to replace the downed highway sign. Now, the truck driver was transported to a nearby hospital, reportedly in critical conditions. Authorities still working to determine whether the driver was the serious injury from the wreck or was it from the big overhead sign that came down on the truck driver's cab. And then one final story here as we roll into a Tuesday. The state of Kentucky is in the process. They started yesterday, actually, the installation of new upgraded signage along the Brent Spence Bridge between Cincinnati and northern Kentucky. These are the new and improved no hazmat signs intended to improve safety along the I-275 and I-7175 to improve the awareness of the hazmat restrictions on the Brent Spence Bridge. So again, signage installation started this past day. Signs are going to be updated at 12 locations along I-71, 75 northbound, and I-275 east and westbound in Boone and Kenton counties. Ground-mounted signs will be placed in 3 new locations, and some overhead signs will be fitted with some new plaques stating no hazmat. Of course, you go back to the crash on the Brent Spence. What was that, back this past summer that shut things down for several months? You had the trucks involved, the big fire with big-time damage to the Brent Spence Bridge. And no sooner did they get that all cleaned up, things back up and running on the bridge, when they started this project that's ongoing now, that will continue through the summer into early this fall, and big-time backups, delays. Far as I'm concerned, if I'm going to be taking 71 or 75 south into northern Kentucky or vice versa, I've been taking the 275 loop around due to the big-time delays, day in and day out, where the lanes are down to, you got a big bottleneck. You're going from 4 lanes to 2 in an area that even on a good day with no accidents or no bottleneck is a congested region. All right, rolling up on 25 past the hour, and again, it's 844-844-3388. Is that the old Carolina Monkey Gouger with us here? Good morning, Monkey Gouger.
Well, hello, Steve. How are you this morning?
I'm doing just fine. Are you done with your little fishing trip, or are you still down at the Marina Del Rey? What's going on?
No, tonight we're sitting in Houston, Texas at the wonderful Kroger DC, waiting to unload in the morning at 4 o'clock. Then we go to Dallas and lay out our little pad and then work our way, back up to West Texas and then back over to the house in.
Okay.
So we getting the job done. But Steve, this world has gone stark raving mad. I mean, just some of it don't even make damn good sense anymore. About 05, 06, I went to a new style arm where you just put a sleeve on, pull it through the hole down there, and it sucks the stump down there, and then the arm fits, perfect. Well, I got this old arm at the house. I call it Lucky 13. And it's the old style where you have to put a stump sock on, then slide your arm down in the socket, and you put it on, and the arm still fits pretty good. I use it to hunt, to fish with, because if it gets beat up, I ain't lost nothing. So I was coming off the lake the other day, and I laid my stump sock up there on this, up there on the boat seat. And this idiot come by wanting to race, so I shot the gas to the board. Next thing I know, the only stump sock I had went flying out the boat. Hell, look at him. So before I could get back to fetch it, it done sunk to the bottom of the lake. Some catfish is probably wearing it around his head or something. I said, well, doggone, what am I going to do? So I went home. David said, what's wrong? I said, well, I caught some fish, but I said, I lost my stump sock. I said, have I got any more? She said, no. So that was the last one. Said we was trying to savor that one, and said it was pretty wore out. I said, well, get on the phone there and call up there to the arm place and see if we can get one. So we called up there and talked to the guy that built my new arms. He said, yeah. He said, I think I can get something. I'll have this girl check on it. Well, about 3:30, 4 o'clock, they called me back and said, hey, we called your doctor, and he said that he's not going to give a prescription for that because you don't use that arm anymore.
Huh?
And I said, well, wait a minute now. I said, I'm willing to pay for 5 stump socks. I said, so y'all just ship them to me. Tell me what they are, and I'll give you my credit. No, we can't do nothing without a doctor's prescription. I'm sorry. I said, you have got to be kidding me. So Debbie jumps online and finds this place out in Kansas City that makes these stump socks like I need. So we get the lady on the phone, and she says, how can I help you? And I said, well, I'm looking to purchase some stump socks to fit my arm. And she says, well, do you have a prescription? I said, no, ma'am. I said, I don't have a prescription. I said, this arm's about 21, 22 years old. And I said, I would like to just send the money out there. I'll give you my credit card number, and you ship me 5 socks. Oh, we can't do that without a prescription. That just can't be done. I said, you have got to be joking me. No, sir, that's the way it is. The insurance company has to okay it. We can't sell nothing without the okay from the insurance company.
Aren't you trying to say I don't want to use the insurance company? I'm going to pay out of pocket. Don't worry about the insurance. Just ship the damn things to me.
I tried to explain that to her. So I hung up the phone, and by this time, you know me, boy, I'm ranting and raving, using Sunday school words and everything else. And a thought hit me. They make a surgical sock that comes in a roll of about, I think that thing's like 25 foot, 15 foot. And what you can do is you take that surgical sock, and they cut it to the same size them stump socks are, and you can sew the bottom of it where you got it. So now listen to this. I called that woman back up at this place in Kansas City, and I told her, I said, hey, I said, look here, I said, can I borrow some of that surgical stocking? Oh, yeah, I'd sell you all that you want. I said, well, ain't that the same stuff you make stump socks out of? Yes, sir, it sure is. I said, well, how about send me a roll of it? She said, I could do that. So I give her the credit card number. David said they got it this morning. But, I mean, how damn stupid is that?
Is that the kind of thing? I mean, I don't think the demand for stump socks is that large to begin with. But are they like really expensive or something? I mean, people take advantage of their insurance trying to get some that they could try to resell or something?
Well, I would tell you something, Steve. Anytime you got to wear an artificial leg or a limb, you gonna pay through the nose. I think 5 stump socks was $100, and we talking about something made out of cotton that all they do is cut it, take a sewing machine, sew it around the bottom, and ship them out.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a price on a new arm the other day, and I said, great. Now, $18,000 for just a basic arm with a hook like I wear, and I'm responsible for 20% of that on account of the insurance. And I said, the last arm I got wasn't about 15. She said, yeah, that was 3 years ago. The price of everything, stainless steel's going up, everything's going up. I said, great. Now, I said, you know, there just ain't no hope for a person that's got to wear one of these things.
Wow.
And you take one of them robotic arms that operate off of, they call it Meyer Electric. That thing is running $150,000 now. It is just absolutely ludicrous at this. And I told Debbie, I said, I'm going to get one more arm made. And I said, that better last me to the cows come home. I said, cause it's just getting completely out of. Have you bought any lumber lately?
I have not bought any, but I know the prices. I saw that the price of a sheet of plywood went from like $37 here 6 or 8 months ago to damn near $100 a sheet right now.
Yeah, and you know that old particle board that you could use it to place a plywood. It's just that old. They take the chips and stuff, and You know what a sheet of that was at Lowe's the other night?
How much?
$42 for
Wow.
that sheet, and we bought six sheets back. Well, it was back in October sometime to build a deer stand with, and we paid like $18 for it. 2x4. 2x4, a 10-foot 2x4 right now is selling for $18 treated. That's treated lumber. And I told Deb, I said, this is just downright damn ridiculous. How is people affording to build houses and carry on with it? You know, it's crazy. And I don't understand it.
Lumber prices up 180%. Isn't that was from the Business Journal this past day. The price of lumber up 180%.
I mean, it's just. I mean, steel. You can't. I mean, last year we bought a couple stands that was. I call them tripod stands. We bought them for like $180, $200. Try $400 now. And I said, golly, you just can't win for losing. And you know, this fuel's up and down and everything. Rates up and down. And right now they're starting to go back up on some stuff. I mean, you got to be picky about look at what you're doing there. But broker called me today because I signed up on that damn. I used that broker for one trip, and they had to use that microchip thing they track you with.
Yeah.
And so this afternoon I'm pulling into Houston there, pulling on the lot there to park. I get this number for this broker. And I said, yeah, how can I help you? He said, we noticed that you are in the Houston area, and we got a load of beer over there going up to Amarillo, paying us $700. I said, you better find you another damn fool. And I said, why in the world are you calling me to start off with? Well, we noticed you on the truck tracker. I said, y'all ain't supposed to be tracking me no more. I said, I don't work for y'all. I said, we just happen to use y'all every now and then. I said, I'll turn that thing off when I get stopped. So I had to go through the phone, get on that that GPS location.
Yeah.
Look down, I found that micro thing and cut it off. But it's just, I tell you what, Steve, I just cannot believe some of the stuff that's going on right now. It has got just downright ludicrous. I mean, just crazy. But anyway, other than that, everything went good. Had a good trip. Had a good couple of days off at Marina Del Rey, and put a little fish and jump in the boat, commit suicide, and took them home, put them in some hot grease, and enjoyed them. And so anyway, we're back out here playing truck driver again.
I was wondering if you're doing some alligator hunting. I've got a story from a gator hunter there in the Carolinas. I can't remember if it was North or South. I think it was South Carolina. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting story, but we're way behind on our news break there, Monkey Gouger. But good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States set a record over the weekend, administering 4.6 million COVID vaccinations on Saturday. But even with increased vaccination efforts, new cases are still rising, up to around 70,000 a day for the last 7 days. Dr. Anthony Fauci warns that now is not the time to let up on public health measures. The White House chief medical advisor tells CNN that a little more time is needed before the virus can be brought under control.
If you are vaccinated, please remember that you still have to be careful and not get involved in crowded situations, particularly indoors where people are not wearing masks. And for the time being, until we show definitively that a person who's vaccinated does not get the subclinical infection and can spread to others, you should also continue to wear a mask.
This is USA Radio News.
If you're a small business owner and you need to transform your business into the new virtual economy, hire the experts at Get Callers. For as little as $5 per hour, you can add as many virtual staff members you want to your company. They can make cold calls to generate leads, handle inbound calls, set appointments, customer support, live chat, and more. The best part is you have no expenses of computers or telecom minutes. No employee headaches. No contracts. No W-2s. Just a turnkey process for you at a fixed price that you can add as many virtual members to your team as you want. In today's economy, hire the professionals that know the virtual workspace. Call right now and learn how to add a virtual member to your team for just $5 an hour. Call Get Callers now. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. That's 800-765-2593.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, you back at it just like that. All right, Monkey Gouger's kind of asking the same question. Pappy called in a couple of weeks ago talking about doing a little project. He said, have you seen the prices of lumber? What the heck's going on? This story from about 5 days ago out of Portland. Which says over the last year, lumber prices have increased roughly 500%. Experts say that would be comparable to the price of gas being $13 a gallon right now. So think about that. In other words, the cost of building a home the cost of building a deck on your home. It's the kind of thing right now, if you had a project like that in mind, you might want to just you put that on the back burner temporarily. Brian Kegg is the regional sales manager of Par Lumber. He says, despite popular belief, the soaring prices right now don't have much to do with COVID-19 or the devastating wildfires. Although earlier last spring and summer, the pandemic certainly did play a role, but now it's all about supply and demand. Kegg says lumber mills cannot keep up with the building boom, especially in the Pacific Northwest. Even on a national scale, home builds right now are up to about 1.5 new construction starts when typically it's about 1.2. There's a tremendous demand for housing. Interest rates are extremely low. People have buying power, so they're just fighting demand. Now, I said lumber prices have leveled off in recent weeks, but supply sheeting used to build homes, the OSB panels as they call it, is in very short supply and still increasing in price every week. Lumber experts say they do not expect this is going to be the new normal. Some new mills are expected to be opening in Canada relatively soon, and that should help with some of the supply issues. So it sounds kind of like just maybe hold off on that deck project or whatever it might be. Now, if you're looking to buy a new home, I saw some, and obviously it's going to depend on the size of the home and whatnot, the amount of lumber, but they're talking $20,000 being added on to the price of a home right now, your typical home, due to the outrageous lumber prices. Meanwhile, I mentioned South Carolina. Thought about, like, that monkey gouger crossed my mind when I saw this story on Sunday afternoon. Indeed, it is out of South Carolina. The gator hunter got the shock of his life when he killed a monster nuisance gator, as they call it, in the alligator-laden Ace Basin Estuary in Beaufort and Charleston counties. After taking the gator to Cordray's, that's a butcher shop that has a side business in taxidermy, Ned McNeely found out the 12-foot-long, 445-pound gator was not only a nuisance gator, but a serial dog murderer. Ned McNeely brought in this 12-foot-long, 445-pound private land gator. He said, we don't usually open up the stomach, but for whatever reason, we did today. We found 5 dog tags, 1 bullet jacket, 1 spark plug, loads of turtle shells, and several bobcat claws. 2 of the dog tags were actually legible, and 1 phone number still worked. When the staff called that phone number, the man answering the phone confirmed he'd lost a hound dog 24 years earlier while he was hunting on leased property where that gator was killed 24 years ago. Yeah, 5 dog tags, so he's a serial dog killer. All right, let's get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. What's going on with Steve this morning? Hello, Steve. How's your week starting out?
Hey, good, Steve. How are you? How was your weekend?
Had a good weekend. Thanks for asking. Yes, indeed.
That's good. That's quite the story about that gator hunter, man. It's like 24 years ago.
Yep.
With that dog. Wow. That's incredible. Hey, I wanted to talk about a couple things. You were talking about the Amazon with the union. Don't think that that's dead, because they're gonna keep on that and keep on that and keep on that. These unions are so powerful. I was in the Chicago Carpenters Union for about 20 years, so I'm collecting a pension right now. So I was grateful to have a great job back in the 80s and 90s when the housing was booming. But I'm able to collect my pension and still drive a truck. So I'm grateful for that. But people shouldn't have to be forced to drive join a union. Especially in trucking. I mean, I work for a non-union LTL carrier, and I've got great benefits. 401k, great safety record, and I'm more than happy and sufficient with that. But there was a story I sent you on what's going on with Elon Musk right now in Tesla. In California, 3 years ago, he had a UAW worker working for him, and he ended up firing the guy. So he put out a tweet because he was kind of against them forming a union at this plant. And he put out a tweet saying, hey, our safety record is second to none. We don't need a union in here. And I give you a 401k. You got stock options. You're making great pay. So anyway, he ended up firing this guy. Well, the National Federation of the Labor Board just found Elon Musk in violation of the federal law. He had to delete that tweet from 3 years ago, which is kind of crazy, but that was part of the stipulation. And the other part was he had to hire this guy back. I think his employee that he fired 3 years ago. So he has to hire the guy back, plus he has to pay him back wages.
Pay. I was going to
of
say.
all the income that the guy lost.
Wow, he got a big payday.
Pretty crazy story, but these unions, Steve, this fascist government and the corporations and the unions and the teachers' unions, it's everywhere. It's everywhere, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. There's another story that I wanted to talk about from Georgia. There was Saturday. There was a Zoom call with over 100 corporations: Delta, United, UPS, who's heavily involved in this, Coca-Cola. The same, all the same corporations, the same old companies. And what they're doing is they're going to fight on sticks. They're going to quit giving them donations. They're going to squash those. They're really going after these red states and their election laws. And how all these red states are trying to pass new legislation on tightening up the the voter restriction, which actually it's not really tightening it up. It's kind of expanding it more. It's just asking for an ID. Well, it's kind of hypocritical of a company called Merck, who has a vaccine out in the United States, I believe.
Yeah.
You heard of Merck, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, with Merck, they put out a vaccine due to capitalism, which is a great thing, but they want the vaccine passport. So if you get vaccinated, they want you to get a passport. But here's the deal. They don't want you to get an ID to vote. That should be outlawed. So here's the thing, Steve. Of all the things we have to do in this country with an identification, the only thing that these companies do not want you to have an ID for is to vote. Why is that?
Well, I think that would be so they can cheat.
Absolutely mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. But these corporations, here's the thing, Steve. When did I vote for, when I cast my vote in November for Donald Trump and my Republican senators and my Republican congressmen, I don't ever remember the CEO of Coca-Cola or American Express or Delta Airlines being on the ballot. I don't ever remember voting for those guys.
Right.
So why are they trying to tell us, or why are they trying to tell our states, our red-friendly states, our Republican states, how we need to, vote and how we need to make our own voting laws? What gives them the right? I mean, this is the point. They are so powerful, and they are not going to take any pushback. They're going to keep fighting this. But here's the other hypocritical part of the whole story. Do you know where they called from on this Zoom call, most of them? On Saturday? They happen to be at the Masters golf tournament in Augusta, Georgia.
Go
That's
figure.
where most of them, these CEOs, yeah, that's where they made the phone call from.
All rubbing elbows with the elite.
Yeah, at the Masters. So it's just so, there's just so much hypocrisy, Steve. it's just every day it's just getting worse before it gets better.
It's kind of an oddity that they would be at the Masters, because when at the same time they called for Major League Baseball to pull the All-Star game out of Atlanta, were not those same CEOs calling for the Masters to pull that tournament out of Georgia? But yet they went to the Masters. How odd that is.
Yes. And the Masters told them go pound sand. We don't need you as a sponsor, which the Masters has done that before. You know, they generate so much money that they don't need commercials. I mean, they've had years where they've done commercial-free tournaments. You know, this year they did have a lot of commercials, but I didn't see Coke on there. I didn't see Delta. You know, there were a lot of companies on there I didn't see this year as far as commercials go. But
wow.
Yeah. The hypocrisy is just unbelievable. But, out the monkey gouger out there, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. So buckle up and stay awake. Anyway, that's about all I got, Steve. Thanks for taking my call tonight.
All righty, you got it. Hey, thanks for the you got a handful of interesting stories you shared. One includes Governor DeSantis again in the state of Florida, where he's passing the message, don't bother coming into Florida if you're an illegal, because apparently they're going to mandate the E-Verify system. Someone had called about that here a couple of weeks ago. It's been around for years. It's the database where employers can voluntarily, and most of them don't, run the data through the system and find out if you are legally eligible to work in the United States, which all this flood of illegals sure as hell aren't. I'll give you more on that story coming up. Talking about the higher prices for lumber, Deranger sent me a couple of different links here. First was kind of like an inflatable Coleman hot tub kind of thing. Said, Steve, a year ago this was $350. Now it's $750. The Coleman Sula Spa inflatable hot tub with heated water system. I guess it's a pretty decent size. Photos, I'm looking at like 4 people in this inflatable spa. All right, then he sent me a photo of a wood stove, a wood-burning stove. This stove was $175 just over a year and a half ago. Now it's $650. Now, I did find one at Tractor Supply for $250. I guess you got to be careful where you're shopping. All right, very interesting. All right, I mentioned the state of Florida. An exclusive report from Breitbart, where Governor DeSantis has begun the process of hanging signs on all the major interstate highways entering Florida, informing everyone traveling by road into the state that the Sunshine State has implemented E-Verify, the background check system for employers to see if prospective hires are, in fact, legally authorized to work in the United States. The signs, according to DeSantis' office, are now visible on all 3 main interstate gateways into Florida, along I-10, I-95, and I-75. The signs after Florida's legislature actually last year, so we're going back before this latest incredible surge ever started. They passed the E-Verify measure, which DeSantis signed into law last summer, apparently. But he says, I want all residents and visitors to receive this message. Florida uses E-Verify. For years prior to my administration, attempts to pass E-Verify failed in Florida. But I would not yield until this matter was addressed. Last year, I was able to deliver on working with the Florida legislature to get E-Verify over the finish line and signed Senate Bill 664 into law, requiring the use of an employment verification system not only places upward pressure on wages in the state, it also protects the public safety, assuring a legal workforce through E-Verify. That's crucial to upholding the rule of law. This will deter illegals from coming into Florida. which is more important now than ever given the border crisis. Yeah, DeSantis' popularity has continued to surge. First of all, his handling of the coronavirus, much more effectively than many Democrat governors around the country, with no mandates or restrictions. Also noting that President Biden's handling of immigration has been abysmal, which hurts all states, including Florida. This administration, he says, quote, has been abysmal on immigration, and their policies threaten to turn all states, including Florida, into a border state. Under this administration, it's very clear we must enforce our laws and protect the residents. All right, the Department of Homeland Security makes E-Verify available to every state and territory, but not all states require it or even use it. From a federal perspective, E-Verify is currently voluntary, according to the program's website. There have been attempts over the years to make it at a federal level, which there's no reason it should not be. Only reason they don't make it a federal rule to mandate the E-Verify is these big corporations that spend hundreds of millions of dollars lobbying in Washington, D.C. to keep their cheap labor, including people that aren't even eligible to work in the country. So this new law in Florida at least makes it mandatory for this state, in the state, for employers, whether you're a public or private entity, to run your prospective hire through the E-Verify system. Let's see. This law affects all employers in the state. For public employers defined as an entity within state, regional, county, local, or municipal government, whether executive, judicial, or legislative, or any public school, community college, or state university that employs persons who perform labor or services for that employer in exchange for salary, wages, or other remuneration, or that enters or attempts to enter into a contract with a contractor. They must register with and use E-Verify for all new hires there in the state of Florida. Why isn't that on a national level is beyond me. Yeah, that would be another deterrent for people coming in from Central America. If there's no job when they get here, I don't care if you were only making $1,000 a month in your home country. If you're not going to be able to make anything when you come into the United States, there's no reason to come. Now, you're not necessarily looking to make, of course, with this current administration, what the hell, they're putting out the silver platter. We'll give you more on that. It's just astounding what these illegals that are coming into this country are being divvied out, literally handed out via the new Biden administration. Right now, news update. We'll get back to your calls ahead. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The Brooklyn Center, Minnesota police chief believes the police shooting death of Daunte Wright was an accident. Chief Tim Gannon showing the body camera footage of the shooting where Wright is seen struggling with police while being put in handcuffs. Wright was being arrested after driving with expired tags and having outstanding warrants. The officer shouting taser and warning of an incoming taser shot, but Gannon believes the officer mistakenly pulled out her handgun instead. Police Chief Tim Gannon discussing the riots and looting that broke out Sunday evening.
Peaceful protesting, expressing yourself, we fully support that. But the ravaging of our businesses, the looting of our stores, the destruction to our pharmacies, we cannot tolerate that.
The trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin continues with George Floyd's brother taking the stand. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
When I first switched over, because I stopped taking the other supplements I was taking and switched over all the way to Balance of Nature, I really noticed a huge difference. It was amazing. Like better sleep, better attention, better energy. It was just really, really great.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code USA.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA President, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
The Biden administration holding a COVID-19 news briefing on Monday. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says there have been more cases this past week.
7-day average for new cases has increased about 3% over the prior 7-day period. Hospital admissions also continue to increase, and deaths decreased 5.2%.
Roughly 120 million Americans have received at least one vaccination. That's about 46% of American adults. Former Kansas City Chiefs assistant linebackers coach Britt Reed has been charged with driving while intoxicated in connection with a February 4th crash that left a 5-year-old girl with a brain injury. The charge announced on Monday carries a potential jail sentence of 1 to 7 years. Prosecutors have requested a $100,000 bond. The crash occurred near the Truman Sports Complex, but prosecutors say they have no indication that Reed was drinking at Arrowhead Stadium. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Going a little bit more in depth on one of our top stories of the day, President Biden meeting with Republicans and some Democrats at the White House to discuss his new $2.25 trillion infrastructure bill. Many Republicans not happy with it being called an infrastructure bill, as only about 30% of the money actually goes towards infrastructure. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie telling ABC News,
"You cannot call a $400 billion plan to force unionization in states to say that taking care of increasing Medicaid payments in states is infrastructure." And I said last week that the president's not telling the truth, and he's not telling the truth about the infrastructure package. Lying is not popular. It's not infrastructure, George.
Do you really want to use the word lie there?
If Donald Trump, let's just be fair here. If Donald Trump had come out and called a dog a cat, which is what Joe Biden's doing, we would be outraged.
The Office of Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich is filing a lawsuit against White House and Department of Homeland Security officials over allegedly harmful immigration orders and is now asking a court to void President Joe Biden's executive actions to halt construction of the border wall and reversing the Trump administration's Remain in Mexico policy. Biden halting construction of the border wall on his first day in office. More news online at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right. right, jump back into it for round number 2 here on a Tuesday morning. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's off to a good start. Let me see here. Buckeye Boy checking in from Georgia, where it's 61 degrees, a nice night. Captain Ron says, what's up? 65 degrees, rolling through Ocala, Florida. Morning to Gary. 45 degrees on I-80 there in Iowa. Hey, Daniel, giving a heads up. I-94 east, Bismarck to Fargo. Yeah, westbound, probably the same conditions, but said if you're on your way, Bismarck to Fargo, better have your winter driving skills up to speed. It's a little icy out here, a little icy-dicey. All right, that's with the snow that's coming down. Dave checking in from Ohio. Papa Rock checking in from Texarkana, where it's clear in 61. Good to have each and every one of you with us. Now, speaking of those wintry driving conditions, the potential for a more widespread snow event arrives today for much of the Rockies, they tell us. This slow-moving storm pushing out of the southwest into the Four Corners region today. With such dry, cold air engulfing the Rockies from the north, combined with the ongoing drought in the southwest, there's not a whole lot of moisture for this storm to work with. But it is going to be able to tap into a bit of moisture associated with the storm that stalled out over the Great Lakes. It's going to pull it back into the Rockies. So you get that moisture with the plummeting temperatures. That kind of paves the way for a little bit of accumulating snow from Utah and Colorado, northward into Montana, eastward into portions of the plains. It's not going to be much compared to some of our earlier season snowfalls. Accumulation is expected to occur across several states, though, including parts of Montana, South Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, Utah, Nebraska, and Colorado. Obviously, the higher elevations will see the highest snowfall amounts. Generally, we're talking just 1 to 3 inches, blanketing the lower elevations across the southern and central Rockies, maybe 6 inches or a little more in the highest elevations of Colorado and southern Wyoming. Denver's only seen just a trace of snow so far in the month of April, so this is going to be probably the first accumulating snowfall in the month of April for Denver, Colorado. All right, we'll get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. What's going on with the heat wave this morning?
No, good morning, senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. Still chasing that dotted line. I don't think this dotted line ever ends. Even in the cul-de-sac, I think it just turns around and goes back the other way.
Yep.
Yep. Hey, I was noticing on the boards here on Facebook, we got a couple of characters on there. Last night we had someone that was saying Biden's the best president ever and his family is a fine family. And
I saw that post.
Yeah, you're a comedian, right?
Somebody's trolling our listeners, aren't they?
Yeah, and there's another one up there tonight that was, I don't know what his deal is, but he's one of the first ones that's on the post. And I noticed another one was saying, everything's all right until Eagle gets on with his yeah, right. And I thought, we all have our shtick. Whether we intend it or not. I opened up with "Good morning, senor." Chevy guy is always hauling the mail. Lobster is always calling you King Steve, and Horse Feathers is always calling you Your Honor. It's not. It's not something that we're doing purposely. It's just who we are. And you don't want to have a show that's got callers calling in sounding like robots. You want to hear the character behind the voice. You want to know what the person is, how the person is, what the person thinks about. and for someone to just, blow off a person because he has an intro that's kind of off to what you're used to. No, I think that's asinine. It's like I said yesterday, a lot of people think we're just out here with a finger up our butt and one up our nose driving down the roads. And it's like, we have valid opinions, whether other folks think they are or not. It doesn't matter how we express ourselves, that the fact that we do express ourselves is what matters. Well, I tell you what, I need to get off that damn soapbox.
I'm not seeing that particular post, so I don't know which stream that was on, but.
Oh, that was a couple of weeks ago. I think,
okay.
Gotcha. But it's been a while, yeah. So I just hadn't really thought about it until today. But if Monkey Gadger is on, if he's listening, I'd like to hear him if he heard anything about that gentleman up in Fort Worth or whatnot, or if he's heading up that way, if he could let us know tomorrow, what the situation is on that guy, because I'm really interested in knowing what actually happened with the guy that was in the sleeper. They couldn't get up. They
couldn't get to wake up. Yeah.
Also, yeah. And to his point, as far as the sock goes, yeah, my father lost his, I think it was his right leg up to about halfway up to the knee in '83 to a farm accident where his pant leg got caught on a power takeoff on a John Deere tractor, and it snapped it off like you'd open up a bread, just snapping the package and opening up halfway.
Wow.
He's had to have a sock to wear when he puts on his peg leg, and those things ain't cheap. That's for sure. Of course, with him and his leg, he has like 4 or 5 socks that he has. So whenever he wears one out, he puts another one in, and he's always got another one on order. But hell, even his little peg leg, I mean, that's $8,000-9,000 right there. But it's a good thing, he can get it through being on Medicare or Medicaid or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
The older folks get. So he's well taken care of. He's 84 years old, going to be 85 later on. And, he applied once for a handicap sticker, for the handicap parking. And in the true typical government bureaucracy, they wouldn't give him one. And he's like, the hell with it. I'll just do it on my own. I don't care if I have to walk. It's not easy for him. It wasn't easy for him back then because he was a little heavier, short German, and he was in a business where he was ginning cotton. He was also a farmer, and we took care of cattle. That was our lifestyle. And then when the ginning went to the wayside, he had to do a lot of different things. He was a salesman for a chemical company, and then he got to where he was working with a pest control business. And he wasn't just selling contracts; he was actually crawling under houses with that leg, checking the beams underneath if it was a raised house, to see whether or not, there was termite damage or, nest or anything like that around. So, I mean, he's been just as active as Monkey Gadger, just getting it. Yeah, you have an issue, but you're working through it, and that's what he's done. And I think he just recently got my mind just went blank. The sticker, the disabled sticker, so he can park in areas where, he don't have to trudge a half mile to a store or whatnot.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, the government in their infinite wisdom and it don't matter what administration is in there, it's always that damn bureaucracy that throws what they call, let's see here, I think they called it a sabot to gum up the works. And sabot, I think, is a Latin word meaning sabotage. So I don't know if it's if they mean to do it or it just happens, but I mean, it just, God, what can you say?
Yep.
The government, there's only a couple of constants here: taxes, death, and government. Oh, speaking of taxes, I got a notice in the mail that my property tax just went up. Not much, but it did go up. And when they had that jackass governor, Michelle Grisham Lujan, because she's a Democrat, and that's the party animal, and if any of you cancel culture people out there want to cancel the word jackass, you might as well cancel the Democrat Party, because they're the ones that brought on slavery, Jim Crow laws. But I digress. She, in her infinite wisdom, was telling us that we, the people, didn't lose money during this pandemic. The government did. And I was like, well, the reason why the government lost money in the state of New Mexico, one, she chased out the last refinery we had in, Johnstown, New Mexico, where it's exit 39, where that big Pilot Flying J is over there on Interstate 40. She chased them out, so we have no refinery in New Mexico. She mandated that we have that we go green by 2035. So she actually stopped a lot of the drilling for natural gas and oil. And then when Biden come out and he put a moratorium on all that, then she started fussing at him for doing something that she'd already done. It's like, absolute lunacy there. And then with this latest COVID relief bill, the state of New Mexico got $7 billion from the government to pull our butts out of debt. But the hypocrisy, I mean, we didn't make any money. Well, you got $7 billion. Well, it's not a guaranteed thing. What? No, the feds say you're going to get it, you're going to get it. I mean, you're buddies with the guy. You worked with him in the Senate. Don't cloudy up the issue here. And for the state budget this year, we had a hospital that was voted on and approved here about 10 years ago in the community of Belen, New Mexico. And they had everything set up to go. They just needed the funding. And this past legislation meeting that they had this year, everything was passed on both sides, because central New Mexico, it really doesn't have any hospital facilities. You either have to go to Las Cruces, which is way down south, about an hour north of El Paso, or you have to be taken to Albuquerque if you're on the I-25 corridor. There really isn't a whole lot of medical facilities there. Well, they brought the bill to her, and she signed everything except for that hospital. Now, why she did that, I don't know. The people voted for it in Valencia County. At the time that I lived there, we said, no, we need to have a hospital that's a lot closer to us than Albuquerque. And we also needed a hospital that would be accessible for those that are south of Belen. Why she canceled it, I don't know. I think she's just an idiot, and I believe she's just going to be a one-time governor, and that's going to be the end of her.
Mm-hmm.
But, as opinionated as I am, as a bunch of us Republicans are in the state, there are just as many, if not more, Democrats who believe she is the second coming of Christ. And with the way the Democrats have run this country for the last 60 days, 70 days, with as much damage as they have done, they still think, the Democrat Party is the party of the country. And I don't know what it's going to take for them people to realize, you have voted for open borders. You don't want the people coming in to be vetted, but you don't want them to be vetted to vote, but yet you want to penalize me for my right to say, own a gun. I have to jump through hoops to buy a weapon, for whether it be pleasure, personal or protection.
Sure.
I have to jump through hoops. Now they want to try to do that with the ammunition, but it doesn't do anything for those who are not supposed to have the weapons to begin with. It is just an absolute mess and a mockery of what the Democrats have done to this country in such a short period of time. It is absolutely mind-boggling, to say the least. So, anyways, other than that, what else is going on today?
All I can tell you is what's going on the southern border is pretty much premeditated. That they knew what they were doing. It's intentional. Someone this past day said, I think it was Newt Gingrich. Yeah, you know how they put Kamala Harris. Kamala, you're in charge of getting things rectified there, get things in order on the southern border. Gingrich said the reason they put her in charge is because they knew she wouldn't do a damn thing. If you look at a piece of history, sometimes the obvious is correct. They wanted Harris to be in charge because they knew she's not going to do anything. It's not a mistake, and that's why they're refusing to call it a crisis. Yeah, the Democrats want the border to be open. That's what they got.
Yeah, they got it all right. And, how many times do you need to have an invitation on a silver platter addressed to you, begging you, please, please, please come here and take a look at this? It seemed like to me the first time that, they seen the jump in the illegal aliens, not illegal migrants, but illegal aliens coming across, I'd been jumping on the first plane down there. I mean, when you see on an infrared scope or a heat scope, you see these coyotes dropping off these little girls ages 5 and 3 from 10 foot high onto ground that is got, gravel, stickers, rocks, and then they just run off, and you leave them 2 children there. I mean, that is the greatest form of child abuse, child neglect that I've ever seen. And if we can see them damn coyotes with those night vision gear, with the forward-looking infrared, it's barbaric in my mind, but at least it would prove it would damn sure stop it. You catch them guys running away from the border, and you put a crosshairs on them, and you leave them there for the next set of coyotes to take a look at and go, maybe this isn't such a good idea.
Right.
Now, maybe a little extreme, but that's just the way I feel.
Well, yeah, but it's obviously it's not going to happen, though. That's the key. Yeah, they'd say that's they're calling for Tucker Carlson to be fired because Tucker actually came out and kind of alluded to the fact that what the Democrats are doing is they're bringing a new electorate into the country. They're changing the voters of today and bringing in the voters of tomorrow to guarantee that they're going to maintain power forever. And they want, I think the Anti-Defamation League or something said that is it's not just a dog whistle to racism, it's a bullhorn of racism. Tucker Carlson has to be fired for suggesting that.
Shoot. Well, if he's going to be fired for saying that, or if they want him fired for saying that, then Juan Williams needs to have his butt booted for the crap he's been spewing on the Five. Not only about voter ID, those two girls that killed that wasn't Afghanistan, Pakistani immigrant that was, delivering food or whatnot. I mean, he has said some absolutely stupid stuff. And if they're going to be calling for anyone to be fired, I mean, he'd be the first one I'd let go. But, that's just me. I think everybody knows, how I stand. And I got to say, too, on a funny note, whenever you friend me on Facebook, it's buyer beware, because you knew what you were getting into when you requested my friendship.
Be forewarned. You got it. Thank you, Senor. Couple minutes before we get news break here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Going back to what Gingrich said, that Biden put Kamala Harris in charge of the border because they knew she wouldn't do anything. He says, quote, "Go back and look at the presidential primary debates. They are all in favor of open borders. They're in favor of eliminating immigration and customs enforcement. They're in favor of eliminating any threat to sanctuary cities. So from their perspective, the next 10, 15,000 people who come in are good because it increases the number of illegal immigrants in the United States. That's what they want," he says. And of course, it is working. What if your goal was to have the maximum number of illegal people in the country? How could you possibly do that any better than Biden is doing it? Yep. That's exactly what they've got going on. I did mention earlier that we're going to, somewhere over here in my little archive, because I had it to touch on last evening, and it's what they're actually divvying out to thousands of these that are coming into the country. It's like, here's a check, here's room and board, and it's just mind-boggling. But right there, we get a news break. Back to your calls just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Protesters clashed with police for a second night following the fatal shooting of a black man during a traffic stop in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. Police said Monday that the shooting of 20-year-old Dante Wright during a struggle with police was accidental, as the officer involved mistakenly drew her handgun instead of her taser. The officer involved in the shooting has been identified as Officer Kim Potter, a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Department. She's been placed on administrative leave. Hundreds gathered Monday night outside the Brooklyn Center Police Department. Protesters reportedly threw bottles, fireworks, bricks, and other projectiles at police officers. Multiple dispersal orders were given, with police eventually using tear gas and pepper balls to disperse the crowd. And President Biden is expected to name former senior Pentagon official Christine Wormuth to become Army Secretary. If confirmed, Wormuth would be the first female to lead the Army. She also previously served as Undersecretary of Defense for Policy under former President Obama. You're listening to USA Radio News.
What kind of career are you looking for? Do you dream of using your creative talents in the movie business? How about the advertising world? Or would you rather work in fashion? At Academy of Art University, we can help you get the art and design skills and experiences that employers want. Hundreds of top companies in the Bay Area and around the world have hired graduates from the Academy. You'll be trained by professional faculty members that have worked in the industry, so your education is practical and focused on what real-world companies want. You can get your degree at our San Francisco campus or anywhere online. Do what you want to do with your life. Call right now to get more information.
800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. That's 800-811-7913.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yeah, like I said earlier, you can't make this stuff up. You know, what's being divvied out to those coming illegally into the country? You know, while they stand at the podium, whether it's Jen Psaki during her press conferences every day, saying it's a difficult situation and we're trying to send the message, don't come. It's a bunch of crap. Yeah, but Biden, the same thing. Well, now's not the time to come. The message that these illegals in Central America continue to get is, my God, there's never been a better time than right now to come. The Biden administration is granting thousands of illegal border crossers 1-year renewable permits to stay in the country so they can apply for asylum, which, of course, is a process that can take years. What's more, according to the new report, they are allowed to receive Social Security cards, which paves the way to government benefits and jobs. Immigration expert Todd Bensman, who's been embedded in the process for the Center for Immigration Studies, said in his new report, an estimated 34,000 recent border crossers have already been distributed around the country with the documents. If the migrant qualifies to stay, and most of them do under the Biden rules, they're given a COVID test, then documents to stay before being guided to a privately run service that buses them around the country. Bensman said he was shown the documents by Haitian immigrants on the buses near Del Rio, Texas border facility. Then he listed, here's what happens after the COVID test. Department of Homeland Security then provides many of the immigrants with an administrative document entitled Order of Release on Recognizance that grants them the legal right to be present in the United States. According to 2 such documents that immigrants on the buses agreed to show him. These require the immigrants to self-report to a deportation officer in their destination cities by a specified date. One Nicaraguan migrant showed CIS a DHS document entitled Interim Notice Authorizing Parole, which grants him a renewable 1-year term to live legally inside the country. Now, most will likely use their time to apply for asylum, which is a lengthy backlog process that allows them work authorization and Social Security cards during that adjudication process that can drag on for years and years. Now, before Biden took office, nearly all asylum seekers and potential border crossers stayed in Mexico while their papers were being processed. Many turned around and went home. Former President Trump, with Mexico's help, instituted that process because a majority of those who had entered the country during prior administrations never showed up for their court hearings. Surprise, surprise. Now that the old system's back in operation, migrants are being sent to cities in Texas and Florida, New Jersey, Tennessee, Massachusetts, Indiana, North Carolina, you name it, Georgia, Kentucky, on the bank of the Rio Grande in Del Rio recently. He said he happened across a family of 4 who had just crossed and turned themselves into a border agent. They were seated on the ground next to his agency truck, asked where they were from and where they expected to go next. The parents answered they were from Venezuela, on their way to join relatives in Florida. They should be there inside a week's time. Yeah, you give them the papers and a date to show up. Well, now they've got their Social Security card and they end up in a state, not Florida, where the E-Verify is going to be used, but you show up in a state that does not use the E-Verify, which is most of them, and you give them a legitimate Social Security card, they're going to say, oh, they're eligible to work. All right, back to the phones here. Let me see if Eagles is hanging with us. Eagle, you're still awake? What's going on this morning?
Yeah, I'm awake tonight. Yeah, hey, listen, Steve, I'm going to start this phone call off by saying this. I've talked to you a long time, Steve, and it seemed like every year we had the same problem with these, I call them troublemakers, with these groups that like to get involved with police situations. I'm going to say this right quick, and I really don't care who get offended. If I was I know he's not going to do it because the governor of Minnesota is a coward, but because it's already coming up, the writing's clearly on the wall, Steve. When the George Floyd verdict comes down, you and I both know what's going to happen. So here's the message. You said something about the guy down there in Florida was saying that he didn't want immigrants in there if they didn't have it no verify. Well, I got news for the Minnesota governor. If he was a smart man like me, I would already have messages up in Minnesota saying that if you loot, we shoot. It's simple as that. Because let me tell you something, Steve. These people are trying to take advantage of the situation. Last night, an individual was shot by the police before they even knew the details, before they even knew what happened. The officer claimed she made a mistake and pulled out the wrong weapon and shot a man. These people are already looting, busted up windows, busted in the stores. These people are looking for any reason. They don't care nothing about that man that died. They don't care about George Floyd. They don't care about the man who died last night. I've gone over this with you before. These people are looking for an opportunity to rob and loot and steal. And it's simple as that. If they had the same kind of attitude I had, these people will be arrested on the spot, Steve. No questions answered. No, you decide busted into a store, stealing a television set, stealing jewelry, stealing shoes or whatever. That's not the purpose of it. Anybody you want to protest, hey, protest. You're going to protest peacefully, and you're going to protest without robbing and stealing. If you can't do that, then you're going to jail. It's simple as that. You have to have this no tolerance attitude with these type of people, Steve, because I guarantee you, if the George Floyd verdict comes back and they don't put this, and then this cop is not found guilty, you and I both know those people are going to try to burn Minnesota down to the ground, Minneapolis to the ground, and all hell is going to break loose. So they need to set a precedent right now after this, what happened last night. They need to make an example out of all these people and let them know that we're not playing games with you. And if you decide to rob and loot, you're going to jail. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because I'm fed up with these people. They don't even know the evidence. This is what upsets me the most, Steve. They don't even know. It wasn't even 2 or 3 hours after the man was shot. These people are already raising hell and looking for an opportunity to steal something. They didn't even give the police a chance to let the people know what had happened and how it had happened. All they know is the white officer shot a black man, and so it had to be racially motivated. So that figured they get them the right to do what they want to do. But like I say, it doesn't get him the right as far as I'm concerned. And the governor and the mayor of Minneapolis, Minnesota, he needs to make it real clear right now that this coming summer, whenever this George Floyd verdict comes down, that we are not going to tolerate no violence. We're not going to tolerate no robbing, no looting, no stealing. Like I said, I would post a sign. If I owned the business in Minnesota, I promise you this, Steve, I would have a sign on my front door of my building. If you loot, we shoot. Simple as that. You decide to come into my building and take something that don't belong to you. Whatever happens to you, happen to you. And it's simple as that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Well, you're correct in regard to that. Hundreds, they tell us, hundreds of protesters defied the curfew. They had a 7 p.m. curfew. Police, again, clashing with protesters for a second night in a row. Concrete barriers set up outside the Brooklyn Center Police Headquarters. A number of high-profile sporting games canceled, including the Twins game this past evening, the Minnesota Twins. Curfew, 7 p.m. till 6 a.m. for the 3 counties that include Brooklyn Center, Minneapolis, and the capital of St. Paul. But hundreds defied that order, gathered in the city Monday evening, separated from dozens of officers by a chain-link fence, well past the deadline, the curfew. The crowds remained even after police ordered them to disperse. Officers fired what appeared to be small containers of gas. At least one protester could be heard dissipating the smoke with a leaf blower. Law enforcement obviously have stepped up their presence in the area. The number of Minnesota National Guard troops is expected to more than double to over 1,000, which should be there at this moment. The mayor of Brooklyn Center said the latest shooting feels for the community like a Band-Aid was ripped off a wound that hasn't even healed yet. He asked people to go home and protested another time when we're not having to engage with law enforcement at a time like this, whatever that means. As I mentioned, the Minnesota Twins, Wild, and Timberwolves had already all postponed their game. Security around downtown Minneapolis was already heightened because, of course, the ongoing trial of Derek Chauvin. Now, as we heard in the news update there, top of the hour, the body cam from what transpired Sunday afternoon was released. The officer who shot Wright dead during that traffic stop, saying she's caught on the body cam saying, "Holy shish kebab, I shot him." She thought she was pulling out the taser because you can hear her saying, "Taser, taser," letting them, a taser's going to be deployed. And when she pulled the trigger, it wasn't the taser. I don't know. Maybe someone in our law enforcement community, Captain Ron, or if Pappy's out there tonight, it's obviously it was unintentional, but what might she face? Would that be considered an involuntary manslaughter charge? I'm not exactly sure. But it appears, obviously, she thought she had the taser. It turned out to be the gun, and I guess one shot's all it took. All right, let's get back to our calls here at 844-844-3388. What's happening, Chevy Guy?
Oh, not a whole lot. Might be a little loud in here. That exhaust pipe finally broke apart. They've been waiting for a spare truck to come open so they could work on this thing. Now in that video, did that guy not try to climb back into his car? And then did she shoot him while he was still in the car, or what?
Honestly, I have not.
You remember?
I have not seen the video. I have not seen it yet.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen the whole video. I just seen a little bit of the pictures and stuff. Facebook when I got in it. Anytime you climb back in a vehicle, you're arming yourself with a lethal weapon. So I don't know. Leave that. I'm glad I don't live in Minnesota. By the way, thank you for cheering me up. I'm heading down there to Charleston, and I don't mind that 12-foot alligator in the daytime where I can see her, but at night when she eats and feeds, I don't really appreciate her because I like to see where she's at. So if you ever get a report where you have a listener come abandon a truck on the truck scale in Charleston, I assure you, I did not abandon the truck. So y'all search the pond for me. Lord, and also the guy that put out Biden's the greatest thing ever, family, the great family, great president
of in history.
I advise that. I advise that guy not to let his 8-year-old daughter stay over at Hunter's house, and when he does, you might want to ask why she come back with Victoria's Secret underwear, and that just come to a thought: why do they make whore-like underwear for tiny little girls? I mean, that right there should be illegal, and they should track down anybody that buys, silky red underwear with black lace around it. I've seen pictures that supposed to be from Hunter's laptop.
Yeah.
And it just, the face was smudged out, and the penis was smudged out, and the penis is right about her eye level, and it's supposed to be Hunter. And I'm sorry, I don't care. I don't care about the tax fraud. Ray Barr, you're a godless. Oh my God, you're going to face God if you let this go by. When you had the power to do something, I don't care about the tax, the money, the filthy lucre. But if that is true, those pictures are true, and he did this to little kids, and he gets away with it because his dad's a president. Oh my God, on all of you! Hell is going to be you're going to be shoulder to shoulder with Adolf Hitler. I guarantee it. Okay, now that was a rant. I can get excited, I can rant, but I still love God and I still love His people. And hey, it's time to turn to keep from burning. As for the lumber industry, buddy, the mills are slapping it on the back of the flatbeds, and them 2x4s are rolling like crazy. I don't know if the landowners are getting 170% for their standing timber. I'll ask around about that. I don't know if the loggers are getting 170% for their for working it, or getting it for the logs they bring into these mills. But I've had some people complaining about the price of lumber. But you'd think all other paper products would have something to do with it too. But you got to remember, we've had a whole bunch of floods. We've had a whole lot of fires.
Yep.
I guess everybody's rebuilding, and it's nothing to get excited about. Just sit back and wait for the prices to come down. But yeah, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the show.
All right, Chevy Guy, thank you much. Yep, and we had a very, very active hurricane season last year. Yeah, lots of destruction. You think of the number of properties destroyed there in Louisiana. Didn't they take like 3 direct hits? I mean, just and again from the flooding, you name it, the wildfires. It was just. I can see why demand is up dramatically right now. All right, lines available around the country. It's 844-844-3388. Good morning, Grump.
What's up, Steve? And excuse me, and to answer your question on that involuntary manslaughter, yes, and she probably will be charged.
Okay.
I would just about bet the farm that she probably will be
I'm thinking it's probably not the first time that's happened. Okay, I was going to say, what potentially could she face for that? Because it was an accident, right?
Yes, it was an accident, and but accidents and involuntary manslaughter doesn't require malice. It doesn't require premeditation. It doesn't require anything like that. I mean, it just all it requires is negligence.
Okay.
And they can definitely look at her and say, well, she was negligent because she drew her pistol instead of that. Now I'm more concerned, right, about it because of them possibly going after her for civil rights violation on this guy. And from what I see, his family's already hired that civil rights attorney that hot shot that got Floyd's family $26 million. And, the thing is, Steve, is when you look at these people, you look at every damn one of these shootings and every one of them, the juries no longer look at what role that individual played in their death. Whether or not, now used to, and I know when I was on the police department, I was involved in a couple different shootings, got shot myself. But when you look at what's going on in today's society, it's all about CYA. Back in the day, it wasn't. Juries would have looked at that and they would have said, hey, the guy was negligent, number one. He contributed 99.9% of his death if he had not of acted like a horse's ass and fought back on the police officer and just went into custody like they should have. I used to have a saying with people. I mean, when you're a sheriff's deputy or something, you're way out there in the damn middle of nowhere, and you're, in these some of these old bars and honky tonks and stuff like we had to deal with. The best you can hope for is somebody else that's a commissioned officer or a commissioned sheriff's deputy that is a reserve officer or something, showing up and give you a new hand. And there was several times that I'd go into a bar or something like that, and you'd have stuff like that. Guys that got warrants on them, and say, hey, you going to come with me? No, I'm not coming with you. So, well, here's your other two choices. You'll either come to me, you go to the graveyard, to the morgue, or the damn hospital, but you're going to get in that car. And that was the things that you just had to do. I mean, basically, you just had to fight for yourself out there. And a lot of times we'd have some city cop or something like that would show up. They would race like hell to get out there to you, or Tennessee state troopers. They were always in the area. If we needed help, I had several relatives that were on the police department. They, hey, you need a hand, give us a holler. But it's not like that now. Now it's everything is video cameras and cell phones, and you can't walk down the damn street without somebody putting a video out. I was, like I said, I was at a gas station the other day, and I have a concealed carry permit, but in Missouri you can have an open carry, and we just got back from shooting, and I had my 9mm on, and guy whips out his cell phone. There's a guy with a gun, and this kind of thing, And if you ever had one of them red dots pointed at you, one of those, little laser beams,
Yeah. Well,
put the crosshair on your telephone before, or something like that. It's amazing how society wants every damn thing anymore, And I sent you that, I resent that thing that I'd done on the 21st of March, that little posting that I had. I did one the other night that, that got a lot of play on it. It was, I had a lot of friends talking about it, but it was, how free are we, basically. And, one of my opinion things. but this was something that played along a little bit what Tucker was talking about tonight. About basically, how the Democrats, and it's always been like that. The damn Democrats could give a rat's rear less about illegal immigration. They don't care about that kid in the cage. They could give a damn less. That's all smoke and mirrors. What they like is the fact that they can take these individuals, and now they're busting them all over the damn country, even into red states and places like that, where they know that they can put them in some of the cities and expand the population of that city or that area, certain strategic areas, and they're doing that for a reason, to expand the during the census, so they can get more congressional members in the House and the Senate. And the more they get, the better off they are. And we know that 98% of immigrants right now vote Democrat. They want all the damn freebies they can get. But if you look at that, the public charge has been there forever. It's been reaffirmed numerous times. When people come here and they ain't got a damn penny in their pocket, they were supposed to be turned away and not a ward of the people, not to be a public charge of the people. But that's not happening now. You got these idiots like AOC and the rest of them goofballs that are out there going, well, the poor people, they don't have anything. It's our duty to help them out. Well, why don't that little hag get on a damn plane and fly around and look at some of the places that we visit? Why don't she go into some of the most impoverished neighborhoods in Chicago and LA? Go look underneath the 405 and the I-10 bridges there in Alameda Street or something like that in Los Angeles. I used to have to go down through there all the time, when picking up mail and stuff down there. And it's just amazing to see shanty towns built, under bridges in a major metropolitan city.
Well, and the more people you bring in, the more people you allow to come in illegally, it's just going to exacerbate the problem of the homeless in this country, it's a crisis right now. And you continue to allow tens of thousands, or it's probably going to be 1.5 million. I mean, they were saying before this surge got just off the charts, they full well expected 1 million this year. If something doesn't change in short order, it's going to be well over 1 million. Real quick, though, before we get our news break, and we'll get back to Grump, I put him back in queue there. In regards to the individual that was shot Sunday, Daunte Wright, DeRanger points out that he was a criminal with warrants, possibly armed. I'm looking at the actual arrest warrant for. He failed to appear in court here just 10 days before he was shot. Defendant failed to appear on 4/2 of 2021, first appearance. PSF 142. So you've got the warrant, a gross misdemeanor warrant. The original complaint has been duly signed and filed with the Hennepin County District Court. Recommended bail, $3,000 or $500 cash bail. The charge, 1, carrying or possession of a pistol without a permit in a public place, which is a gross misdemeanor, followed by fleeing a police officer or a peace officer by a means other than a motor vehicle. So I guess here not that long ago, he had some sort of a scenario involvement with police, which he fled the police, which he was looking to do in this case. Warrant reads, to the sheriff or any peace officer of Hennepin County or other person authorized to execute this warrant, it is hereby ordered in the name of the state of Minnesota, the defendant named in the complaint be apprehended and arrested without delay and brought before the court to be dealt with according to law. Witness the Honorable Judge of District Court this April 2nd of 2021. So that arrest warrant was just issued. Again, 10 days, I guess, before he ultimately was shot and killed. But he's fighting with police, trying to flee, trying to get away, which We already know he had a history of doing that. That doesn't excuse the officer for making, obviously a horrible mistake. And when I come back, maybe Grump can answer the question. I would think that a handgun versus a taser would have a distinctly different feeling in the hand. Would you not notice that? Or is it just in the heat of the moment, the struggling, she pulled it out and pulled the trigger with, I don't know, but she will ultimately have to answer to that. But we'll be back in a moment. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
One person is dead and a police officer wounded after a shooting at a Tennessee high school. Police were called to Austin East Magnet High School in Knoxville, Tennessee, Monday on reports of an armed male at the school. Police say the officer found the suspect in one of the school's restrooms and ordered him out. When he refused and they attempted to enter, the suspect exchanged fire with those officers. One was hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries. The suspect was pronounced dead at the scene. Austin East Magnet High School will remain closed for the next 2 days while the investigation continues. Counselors will be available Tuesday for students at the school. And President Biden is expected to name former senior Pentagon official Christine Wormuth to become Army Secretary. If confirmed, Wormuth would become the first female to lead the Army. She also previously served as Undersecretary of Defense for Policy under former President Obama. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you hear that? That is the sound. No, that is the sound of the wrecker. That is the sound of the tow truck. That is the sound of your car stuck in the snow and the tow truck is on it. You know what the tow truck is coming for? The tow truck is coming for your wallet. That's what it's coming for. I know. That's what it's coming for. Listen, this is Billy Gerard here, Rockstar Radio. I have the solution. It is called Track Grabber. TRACGRABBER. Go there, trackgrabber.com. Winter is coming. Do not let this sound be you. Track Grabber, TRACGRABBER. Go there, get these. They are inexpensive. They will save you a fortune in the long run, and they will save you from getting stuck. Go to trackgrabber.com. Log on. Get yourself a pair. Get a pair for the family. They're easy to install, and they will get you out of the mud, the snow, the sand. They will save you from the wrecker bills. Oh, my goodness. They will pay for themselves the first time you use the trackgrabber.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR saves 25%. That's trackgrabber.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR.
The United States set a record over the weekend, administering 4.6 million COVID vaccinations on Saturday. But even with the increased vaccination efforts, new cases of COVID are still rising, up to around 70,000 a day for the last 7 days. Dr. Anthony Fauci warns that now is not the time to let up on public health measures. The White House chief medical advisor tells CNN that a little more time is needed before the virus is under control.
Don't declare victory prematurely. We see so many pulling back on some of the public health measures, the mask mandates, the restaurant opening, the bars. We can't be doing that. We've got to wait a bit longer until we get enough vaccine into people that we will clearly blunt any surge. And every day that goes by, Wolf, we're closer and closer to that, because if we can vaccinate 3 to 4 million people every day and keep the lid on things, pretty soon we're going to see a turnaround and we're going to see them come down.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go, and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
3 officers were injured Monday morning during a pursuit in Georgia. Lance Pry reports.
Multiple law enforcement officers are injured after shots were fired during a pursuit early Monday morning near Bremen, Georgia. That's about 40 miles west of Atlanta. It started around 3:30 a.m. The Georgia State Patrol began the pursuit on I-20 after clocking a car doing 111 miles an hour. Carroll County Sheriff Terry Langley.
At this time, one suspect is dead, one suspect is in custody, and 3 officers have been wounded.
Captain Brandon Dawson says a passenger began to shoot cops with a rifle.
His passenger used a rifle and shot at the trooper's patrol car, actually striking it and disabling it. Therefore, he was out of the chase after that point.
Police Chief Joel Richards from the city of Carrollton.
When the vehicle came through the city, officers continued the pursuit up 61 toward Villa Rica. At some point, a passenger leaned out the window and fired rounds into the officer's vehicle, striking Sergeant Rob Holloway. He was flown to a hospital in Atlanta where he's undergoing surgery right now.
From the West Coast of USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And New England Patriots wide receiver Julian Edelman announced his retirement Monday from the NFL. Edelman won 3 Super Bowls and was the most valuable player of Super Bowl 53 during his 12-year career. Spending his entire career with New England, he ranks second all-time with 118 postseason catches, behind only Jerry Rice. Edelman was limited to just 6 games last season because of a knee injury. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, we'll jump right back into it here for another hour as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, as we like to refer to it. Headed into a Tuesday. Hey, by the way, do not forget, here we are. It's the final week number 4 of our giveaway. Go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on contests. Get registered for the Pluto Duo headset from our friends at Stellar Electronic. That's our grand prize. Premium sound quality using Stellar Electronic Noise Armor technology. 99% noise reduction. 32 hours of talk time. Connect to the Duo and you get full stereo conversation. And it works as a battery bank that extends your talk time up to 60 hours. $200 value. Once again, thanks to Hot Shot Secret, we've got our second prize winner, the Semi-Prevention Pack. That's a 64-ounce bottle of Stick Shit Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Exactly what you need to clean out both the oil and the fuel systems on your rig. That's a $120 value. Third place receives the Semi-Performance Pack, the 64-ounce bottle of FR3 Friction Reducer, and a 32-ounce everyday diesel treatment, $78 value. It's very simple. Again, register each week. Again, this is the final week. By going to overnightdriveradio.com, click on the contest tab. You simply enter your email address, and that's it. And you can, of course, gain additional entries into the drawing by sharing the contest on your social media, liking, following, subscribing to the Overnight Drive social media pages. We'll announce our winners coming up Friday morning after the 1 o'clock a.m. news. If Steve remembers to do it at 1 a.m. last two giveaways, it was after the 1:30 a.m. news because I forgot. Transportation is a big topic of conversation this week in our nation's capital. Coming up on Wednesday, there's going to be a committee hearing regarding transportation in the House and Senate. In addition, a House Transportation Budget hearing is slated for this Thursday. The Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works will have a hearing entitled Long-Term Solvency of the Highway Trust Fund. That gets underway 10 a.m. Wednesday. That's going to focus on finding alternatives and potential user-based revenue solutions for the Highway Trust Fund. Then the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee will have a hearing at 11 a.m. Wednesday to provide members of Congress who are not on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee the opportunity to give their input. The House Appropriations Subcommittee will have their fiscal year 2022 Department of Transportation budget request hearing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern on Thursday. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is scheduled to be a witness there. And obviously, much of the discussion will be in regards to this massive infrastructure plan, whatever it is, $2.2 trillion infrastructure plan, much of which doesn't really have anything to do with infrastructure, and they've got an uphill battle to get that to pass, especially on the Senate side. But let me get back to Grump. All right, so thanks for hanging in there. Back for another hour. The question about when you pull out your taser versus your gun, do they not have a distinctively different feel? Would you not notice one versus the other, or no?
Yes, very much. They usually a taser is mounted on kind of a cross draw on your belt. Your regular service revolver or service weapon is usually on your hip. Whatever. If you're right-handed, it's on your right. Left-handed, it's on the left. And it's distinctive. I mean, the taser's got a whole different feel to it. So my guess is her adrenaline was pumping. She was scared, number one, and she just grabbed the gun out. And he had already had, I don't know if he had a bench warrant on him for failure to appear in court, or whether it was a capious warrant on him for, arrest and detain kind of thing. I didn't see any of that, but they knew what his charges were, when they ran it, and they knew he was known for carrying a weapon,
right.
And so that would have got my adrenaline pumping a little bit also, and I've been very careful with stuff like that, but for this lady officer, I think she just basically grabbed the wrong thing. I mean, it's scary. She was just frightened, by all the, everything that was going on. But, this guy, I mean, when he started back and getting his car, and to flee, he had a weapons charge on him. And Minnesota's kind of goofy. They got this gross misdemeanor. It's kind of just a step down below a Class E felony. And the difference between the two is the term or the jail term or jail time that would be spent. Like if it was fleeing to avoid prosecution and with a weapon, they never did say whether he had a weapon in the car or whether, when the car was impounded, whether they found a gun in there or not. I haven't heard anything, and I would imagine they're going to keep that hush hush right now. I don't know why, but they probably will, just to keep the masses, I don't know, from going nuts. But, if he had a weapon, fleeing to avoid prosecution, plus, he's running because he's got a capious warrant on him, probably. That's going to step that up above that 1 year jail term. I mean, it's a weapons charge in Minnesota. I mean, it can be a misdemeanor, but when you start the other charges along with it, the fleeing to avoid and different things, and I'm sure they had other stuff, they had, resisting arrest and several other charges that would have put that over that year. Then it turned into a felony, right there. So, this is kind of a, one of them touchy situations. And I'm, like I said, I'd like to see more of what's going on. I've tried to read as much as I can about it, but these things are so hush hush anymore. I mean, they got the body cams and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's working for the police officer. I mean, that she was, you played it there, I think, didn't you? Or you talked about it, but what she said and oh my God, this, and I just shot him. And, but in the grand scheme of things, when it goes in front of a jury, they're going to say, well, hey, she was very remorseful about shooting him and and it was an accident, but was there negligence involved or not? And that's, man, I hope they see it different than what, most of them will. But they got, the family's already hired a couple of, hotshot lawyers, and like I said, they got, the one got Floyd family $26 million, for his wrongful death. But it just blows my freaking mind, Steve, how these, when you look at all these deaths that has been at the hands of the police officer, what conscious decision did them individuals make that caused their death? Look at Michael Brown reaching into the car, trying to take, the gun away from the police officer. The gun was discharged in the vehicle, plus, outside the vehicle. And, it just blows my mind that they're awarding this damn stuff, money and stuff to families, when these people are shot like this. And it just, for the life of me, I don't understand it. I mean, there should be a message sent somewhere. But, Joe Biden, that idiot, said it a long time ago. They can't get any kind of tort reform or anything like that because of the trial lawyers. And the trial lawyers are, number one, about every damn one of them are Democrats. They go in there and they want the biggest reward that they can get. And I hate to say it, but that's, it's just akin to thievery as far as I'm concerned. When they know their damn client is guilty, guilty as sin, but they also know that places like municipalities and trucking companies and individuals will pay just to keep it out of court.
Right.
And they'll pay the, whatever minimum they can. They go into these negotiations on their, what was his life worth? Well, apparently he didn't think it was worth as much as the damn reward was, or he wouldn't have been acting like a total jackass, and fleeing to avoid prosecution. When are they going to start holding these people accountable? It just, like I said, it just blows my mind. It really does. And that's why I'm not a cop today. I couldn't stand it. I mean, I'm over 60, now, and it just, I don't have the temperament I had back in them days. And I'd be one of them guys that would, hey, yeah, I'm not going to tell you twice. If you want to keep some buckshot out of your ass, you need to get in the car, that kind of thing. And it just, where is this world going, man? I mean, where in the hell is the United States going? It's like, the people, the good people that walk the streets, and just want to go to work and go to school and earn a living for their family and things like that. We don't stand a damn chance anymore because this small percentage of the folks out here, they don't want to taint a jury. Number one, they juries that that are scared to death of the thugs. That's why a lot of these awards are so damn high, and why the verdicts come down the way they do is to avoid the exposure once the jury verdict's over. And it just like I said, it just blows my mind that these damn that this is happening. I mean, it really does, and it's the people are going to get fed up with it one of these days, Steve. They're going to get fed up with it. These damn neighborhood watch programs and things like that are going to beef up, and thugs are going to wish the hell the day that they'd changed their duty title to something else besides being a jackass, because it's they're in for a rude awakening, man. One of these days the masses are going to wake up and they're going to say, we're sick of this crap. We want our freedom back. We want to be able to enjoy our lives, and everything without having some goon walk in your damn house and shoot you, because he's a crackhead and or on heroin or some crap. And, that's just the way it is. Somebody breaks in my house, they're going to get shot. I mean, that's a given. And they're going to get dog bit, probably twice. But it's, man, I tell you, it just, like I said, it just, people need to wake up and just start realizing that, this isn't the country that we grew up in, playing baseball and crap like that. I mean, as kids, things, it's, they're giving into these damn goons and these thugs and everybody else because that's what's normal now. They think if, this big hug syndrome out here, let's just, be nice to them and they'll leave us alone. But, if they go over here and mess with these other people, that's all right. It's just, no, it's not all right. And it just, I don't know, man, I'm sick of it. I really am. But hey, buddy, that's, it's going to change. I just feel that. I think the people are going to get sick of it, and they're looking right now at the fools in the White House, and you couldn't have found two bigger idiots to put in there. I've continually wear my T-shirts, and that shoots down Biden and Harris, and I catch a little flack once in a while, but most of the time people agree with it. So it's it's what it is, and we're going to have to deal with it in a different way. The way things, if it keeps going the way it is.
Yeah.
Hope I answered your question.
Never a dull moment with the grump, though, is there? So, yes, you did answer my question. All right. New subject. Idaho lawmakers appear intrigued but skeptical Monday when they were pitched a plan to lop off about 3/4 of Oregon and add it to Idaho to create what would become the nation's third largest state geographically. Representatives of a group called Move Oregon's Border for a Greater Idaho outlining their plan to a joint meeting of Idaho lawmakers from the House and the Senate this past day. The Idaho legislature would have to approve the plan that would expand Idaho's southwestern border to the Pacific Ocean. The Oregon legislature and the U.S. Congress would also have to sign off. Supporters of the idea said rural Oregon voters are dominated by liberal urban areas like Portland. They would rather join conservative Idaho. Portland would remain with Oregon. There's a long-time cultural divide as big as the Grand Canyon between Northwest Oregon and rural Oregon, and it's getting larger. If everything falls in line with Oregon, supporters envision also adding adjacent portions of southeastern Washington and Northern California to Idaho. Backers said residents in those areas yearn for less government oversight. They long to become part of a red state that is insulated from the liberal influence of the big urban centers that tend to vote Democratic. Values of faith, family, independence, that's what we're all about. According to Mark Simmons, an Eastern Oregon rancher and former Speaker of the Oregon House of Representatives, we don't need the state breathing down our necks all the time, micromanaging our lives, trying to push us into a foreign way of living. Now, Joe Biden easily won Washington, Oregon, and California in November, while President Trump carried Idaho with 64% of the vote. The Idaho House and Senate each have super majorities of Republicans. So the strategy has been to get advisory votes in Oregon counties likely to match or make the switch. Last November, the group had kind of mixed success, with 2 counties opting to join Idaho, but 2 wanting to stay part of Oregon. Supporters blamed the setback on the COVID pandemic and the inability to get their message out. 5 more Oregon counties are expected to vote on that matter next month. The county votes don't carry any weight, but they're intended to kind of maybe sway lawmakers to ultimately approve the plan. Republican Representative Ben Adams, one of Idaho's more conservative lawmakers, who gave a fiery speech on the House floor last week about freedom, says his interest has definitely been piqued, but he wondered why Oregon lawmakers would agree to the plan. How's it being received right now by the state of Oregon? He says, how hard would they be fighting to make it not happen? Most states don't like to lose their resources to their neighbors. All right, so I guess they say, yeah, it's kind of a long shot, but realizing I guess you could draw some parallels to the likes of New York, where the southern portions of the state, especially New York City as a whole, is dominated by the likes of the liberal left, your Chucky Schumers and course, in central and northern portions of New York State, you've got a very strong conservative. All right, what are we looking at here? Let's get back to the calls. Lines available at 844-844-3388. And there's Charlie. What's going on there this morning, Charlie?
Yeah, buddy, I'm laying here in the bunk, getting my tank loaded up. Hey, I'll give you an accident report quick. It's probably still going on, coming southbound on 995 in Maryland, north of Baltimore at exit 74, which is Mountain Road, Route 152. The left 3 lanes are blocked, only 1 lane open on the right southbound. It's they got all kinds of yellow arrows and stuff up there. I think some cars and a big truck come together. The big truck was underneath the overpass, and it looked pretty busted up. They got a lot of wreckers and everything there to get it out of it, move it and everything, but that was probably the best part of 45 minutes or an hour ago, but it looks like it was going to be a while that they got everything cleaned up there.
Okay.
Just anybody coming down that way, horse feathers or something. I seen that video on that shooting, Steve. Her body camera caught her arm stretched out with the semi-auto in her hand. Her arm wasn't stiff, pointing straight out stiff. It had a little bit of a crook to it, but she was probably about 4 feet away. He wrestled away from him and got out into the car, into the seat. I don't know if he had his feet completely underneath the steering wheel or not. When she would have fired, I don't think it actually showed her firing, but he did pull away and went down the street and ran into a light pole or a telephone pole or something like that. Did you talk or hear? I wasn't listening earlier. Did you talk about the incident down in Windsor, Virginia? It took place today.
No, sir. Have not touched on that. Which one was that?
A black Army lieutenant in uniform, camouflage clothing, with his hat and everything, had just gotten a new black SUV. It looked like one of those Escalades or something, but the windows were extremely, extremely dark. 2 local police officers pulled him over, and it didn't have any license plate in the back. Well, it showed the license plate, one of them stick-on paper ones, in the back window, but the windows are so dark, I don't know if you could have seen it. Plus, I think it might have been partially pulled off. But they pulled him over at a gas station. Of course, this is all on body cams, and he got his cell phone out and was filming himself. And they're telling him to get out of the vehicle, and he's refusing. He says, I'm an Army officer. Well, he wasn't on a military base. I don't mean a lot when you're not on a military base. I mean, yes, professional courtesy. I was a fireman, but professional courtesy wasn't no guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
So the one officer pepper sprayed him. That officer's already been fired. And the lieutenant already got a lawyer and suing him. That was all over the national TV today, too.
So he's, I guess, what now? He's suing the police department, obviously?
Yeah, and if Windsor's where I think it is, it's on Route 460 down there in Southern Virginia. I don't get down that way anymore, but it was a 4-lane road across there that ran from like 95 over to the Norfolk, Chesapeake, Tidewater area. Oh, they're knocking here, Steve. I'm going to have to go.
All right, they got
Catch you later, buddy.
you loaded. Thank you for checking in. All right, you got it. Well, it's right on time. Perfect timing for a news break. And several lines open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States set a record over the weekend, administering 4.6 million COVID vaccinations on Saturday. But even with increased vaccination efforts, new cases are still rising, up to around 70,000 a day for the last 7 days. Dr. Anthony Fauci warns that now is not the time to let up on public health measures. The White House chief medical advisor tells CNN that a little more time is needed before the virus can be brought under control.
If you are vaccinated,
please remember that you still have to be careful and not get involved in crowded situations, particularly indoors where people are not wearing masks. And for the time being, until we show definitively that a person who's vaccinated does not get the subclinical infection and can spread to others, you should also continue to wear a mask.
This is USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, apparently Dr. Fauci just can't explain it. I can't figure it out. It's been weeks. It's been like 5 weeks since the state of Texas lifted their mask mandate. Remember the outrage from the likes of Fauci and the CDC and the president? Well, we have not seen any sort of an explosion in COVID cases. It's something Dr. Fauci cannot quite explain. He was asked on MSNBC, he said, I'm not really quite sure. It could be they're doing things outdoors, maybe. The daily cases in the state of Texas have been hovering about the same. In early March, that's when the governor lifted the mandate for the masks. He leaves it up to the individuals or the organizations to make their own decisions. Now, in early March, the cases in Texas hovered at about 7,000. Yet now there are under 4,000, according to the CDC. Fauci noted, well, maybe it's a delay in when these cases will manifest themselves. A lot of times you have to wait for weeks before you see the actual effects of what you're doing right now. I hope they continue to tick down. If they do, that would be great. But there's always concern when you pull back on your methods, he says. Particularly on things like indoor dining in bars that are crowded. You could all of a sudden see a tick right back up. We've been fooled before, he says. Meanwhile, if you had to take a stab at, which of the states have had some of the most stringent shutdowns, lockdowns, restrictions, no indoor dining, no bars. So which state would you have to wager a guess? Would you say California? Okay, I think they've got to be up there. Yeah, Michigan. Yeah, Michigan. They're way up there. Well, the governor there, Gretchen Whitmer, has kept that state shut down and continues to extend the mandates and the work from home orders. And, lo and behold, all of a sudden, the biggest outbreak in the country appears to be in Michigan. And the CDC now says, well, it looks like we're going to have to shut things down in Michigan. That's Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the director of the Centers for Disease Control. She called on Michigan officials, quote, to close things down as the case count is rising dramatically for the last several weeks. I'm a layman. I'm not a medical expert. But we've talked about this for over a year now. And early in the going, we had discussed how viruses have to essentially run their course. People are going to get sick depending on what virus is more deadly than others. This one's not nearly as deadly as they initially thought. Yes, it's like you've got a 97% chance of survival if you do come down with it. But yes, people are going to die. We said at the time, we're going to just flatten the curve. Remember that term? Just give us 14 days. Give us 2 weeks. We'll flatten the curve. Then we'll gradually start getting things back to normal. Well, the 14 days of flattening the curve, we're now entering year number 2 of trying to flatten the damn curve. And even in places where you've had the most stringent of shutdowns, all you're really doing, again, from this layman's perspective, is keeping people indoors, away from one another. They don't get sick yet, but as soon as they go back out, that's when they're going to get sick. The virus has to run its course. It's going to, essentially, they always look for, when viruses are making their rounds, you eventually get your herd immunity. They've talked about that ad nauseum as well. Michigan, you've been shut down, and now they want to do it again. And all you're really going to essentially do is procrastinate or kick the can down the road on when more people in that state are actually going to get sick. The immunization thing, okay, more people can get immunized. Let me take you back to what the CDC director says. The answer to the rising case numbers is to really close things down. Go back to basics. Go back where we were last spring. To flatten the... She actually uses that term, to flatten the curve. To decrease contact with one another. Test to the extent that we have the availability to do contact tracing. All right, we know that if vaccines go in arms today, we're not going to see an effect of those vaccines, depending on the vaccine, for somewhere between 2 to 6 weeks. So, seeing as we have an acute situation, extraordinary number of cases like we have in Michigan, the answer is not necessarily to give the vaccine. In fact, we know the vaccine will have a delayed response. Yeah, we need the vaccine in other places. If we vaccinate today, we'll have an impact in 6 weeks. We don't know where the next place is going to be where we're going to see a surge. So she went on to urge that it is essential for Michigan to start shutting down. If we try to vaccinate our way out of what's happening in Michigan right now, we'll be disappointed that it took so long for the vaccine to work, to actually have an impact. Doesn't that sound like... well, circle back talk. Since Jen Psaki loves to use that term, we'll have to circle back on that. Yeah, you want to go back to where you were last spring. You're just going to postpone the inevitable. But I digress. All right, we'll get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. I believe Mike is on the line. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Steve. I wanted to talk about a couple things, but that last night when you was talking about Trooper Smith up there in northeast Iowa getting shot, I called in too late to get on the air. But anyway, it's crazy. The guy that shot him run for sheriff last year in that particular county, and he won the primary and lost in the general election. But it's hard to believe that somebody wanted to be in law enforcement would shoot another person like that, you know.
Yeah.
And I just kind of wanted to bring that to light. And then they had a hell of a time last week over around Ames, Iowa, which is about 25 miles north of Des Moines there on I-35 way, and it was just east of Ames on US 30, which they've made that pretty much a 4-lane. A trooper was out there, clocked the car running 130 mile an hour, and of course they went after him, and he got up to 137 mile an hour. Come to find out it was a police officer from Ames. Said he'd had a couple of beers, but when they stopped him, he had a car full of alcohol and that. So just kind of crazy how in the hell they do anymore. But
wow.
I enjoyed listening to Grump a little while ago about different things because I sure agree with him in that. So, and then one other quick thing. Last night when you was talking to Chris about truck insurance, I just didn't quite understand where he come up with his information that as an individual, if you don't have authority, you can't buy truck insurance. Because when I was running my own truck and that back in the 70s and that, I run under my own name as an exempt carrier and had good insurance. I'm sure there's many drivers out there running that have heard of Great West Casualty, which is strictly a truck insurance company out of South Sioux City. And I just wondered where they come up with that information. I'm retired anymore, but always willing to learn something, you know. So
Sure. Yeah, I do. I remember some of that conversation. I off the top of my head, I can't break it all down, but all right, maybe you can call back and refresh our memory, right? Real quickly, let me get back to the state of Michigan. Yeah, because Steve I did catch a bit of this, I think, on Fox News this past day. It's rules for thee, not for me. That's the mentality. And we've seen this. You got, what's his name, the governor out there in California. Everybody's got to stay home, no indoor dining, but then, of course, you catch him out with all the family dining indoors. It's rules for thee, not for me. That's the case in Michigan. Yeah, at least that seems to be the standard. Yeah, remember many months ago when, I recall this very well, when Governor Whitmer's family broke their own COVID regulations, traveling to their lake house, trying to use their boat. Remember that story? It was Whitmer's husband, I believe it was, that called wherever they had their boat docked or whatever, that we want to go out on the boat. And I think they dropped a dime on him. And now it's Gretchen Whitmer's top aide who was caught red-handed partying in Florida for spring break, while Michigan still has their travel restrictions in place. Now, if I bet this top aide and Gretchen Whitmer alike, they're two who have been front and center talking about how horrible it is. Florida, spring break, it's going to be a mass spreading event and all that, right? Oh, how could Governor DeSantis be so ignorant as to allow spring break to take place there in the state of Florida? Bad Florida. But Governor Whitmer's top aide, what she did was she made the mistake of posting on social media. Remember several weeks ago when the whole spring break thing was just coming out? And wasn't it the teachers' union? Some of the leadership of the teachers' union warning their teachers, hey, if you're going to go on, don't be posting pictures that you're partying on the beach, because we're fighting about not wanting to go back to in-classroom learning. We don't want to teach students in class, so don't be out there partying at the beach and sharing that, because that just wouldn't send the right kind of message. That's pretty much what Governor Whitmer's top aide has just done. Her son actually didn't get to go because he was home with COVID. Missing his senior trip, I guess it would be. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, boy. Whitmer's press secretary acknowledging, yes, the picture are from Governor Whitmer's top aide's Facebook page, but this is a partisan attack from a garbage white nationalist website, a.k.a. Breitbart. You're a white nationalist website. You turn the tables, right? They have nothing when they bring out the white nationalist card. There's no excuse, especially when Whitmer's been so adamant about the people in that state staying home, not getting out and doing a damn thing. Michigan's experiencing the worst outbreak in the country right now. Would it seem like a good thing to do for this aide to avoid travel? I mean, Florida doesn't want her bringing it down there. Let's also note she was not wearing a mask. Really, good for her. Data continues to show that they don't really do anything, and at least she's admitted that with her actions, while she avoids social distancing in a state that her bosses tried to blame for the outbreak 1,500 miles away. Yeah, look, none of the people telling you to avoid living your lives out of fear of COVID actually share the fear of spreading it. They just want the power, and that's what it all comes down to. According to Red State, there's a pretty good case for a correlation between Whitmer's lockdowns and the fact that Michigan appears not to be nearly as far along in regards to herd immunity as other states. Hey, that's what somebody just said a few minutes ago, isn't it? This layman, this non-medical professional. The lockdowns don't do anything. It just postpones the inevitable. If you are in a category, an older individual, if you have pre-existing underlying conditions, haven't we been saying from the beginning, stay home, avoid contact with others if you want to avoid getting it? But for the rest, you can't stay shut down forever. And if that's what you try to do and wait for the virus to disappear, it's not ever going to disappear. You realize the medical professionals are saying we're probably going to be, for the rest of history, be taking annual updates of a flu vaccine for the COVID flu that's going to mutate and change. It's not going away, Whitmer, or any other states that want to continue to be locked down. All right, lines available, and it's 844-844-3388. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. So were they trying to say that all these people went to spring break in Florida that came back to Michigan that are now spreading around Michigan that are causing the increase? Is that their claim now?
I don't think they're blaming it on Florida. It's just the irony of Whitmer's top aide getting caught having a red-handed down there on the beach, partying with the rest of them, not wearing a mask, do as I say, not as I do.
And her son had to stay home with COVID, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Anyway, so we got another school shooting in the news too down in Tennessee. Did you catch anything on that?
Yeah. Why the student brought the gun to school, they do not know. I guess someone pointed it out. The kid was in the restroom or whatever, and I guess they had like officers, whatever that were there at the school. Like many schools now have whatever they call them. But went to the restroom.
Yeah,
they tried to go in. And the kid opened fire on him. They shot him dead, So
how's the gun control stuff that our president signed in with his executive order working? Oh, wait a minute. It's not. It didn't do anything about that. Was he carrying a ghost? Did we find out? Did he have a ghost gun? Or is it what type of weapon did he have?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that. I guess that really yet. Doesn't matter, does it? I guess the big question is, did he have plans on shooting other students or something at the school? I think it was dismissal time. It was the end of the day that this occurred. So I guess I would assume that he had been at the school all day with the gun in his possession.
So anyways, at the end, the officers end up getting shot, right?
Wasn't there an officer? Yes, officer was shot. I think he's going to be okay. But no, so what was one of them dead? There's been so many damn different ones of them. I can't recall.
Yeah. So anyways, Trump was kind of touching on this about the underlying circumstances of what goes on in these incidents with these people and that are being involved with the police and the reasons they're being involved with the police. And yesterday with the news with the George Floyd trial there, one of the top people there, the high up smart people, said that his heart condition and the drugs he had in his system didn't cause his death. But they're saying that the kneeling of the having the knee on the neck and the pressure caused his death. But wouldn't the heart condition and the drugs be a contributing factor so that if you had a healthy person that didn't have a heart condition and drugs in their system, if they got a knee on their neck and some weight on them and, another knee on their side, isn't it possible that they could have survived that same exact situation?
I think that's
without those.
That's exactly what the defense was trying to get across. I actually tuned in to some of that testimony from the medical guys and whatnot, but they pretty much when they asked the question, would he have survived had they not had the knee on the neck? And of course, he said they believe he would not have died, that he would have lived had Chauvin not had his knee on the neck. So that doesn't look good for Chauvin, does it?
Yeah, but if it was the other way around, if he didn't have the heart condition that he knew he had, and if he wasn't on drugs, which he knew he was on drugs, and was resisting arrest, which put him in the situation to get, subdued in any type of manner that was necessary, wouldn't he have survived if he didn't have those conditions?
Well, seeing as he died, that's the thing. We'll never actually know. The same medical guy that said that he thought he would have survived did admit that George Floyd, before he was even on the ground, belly down, was stating that he couldn't breathe. I can't breathe. And he wasn't even on the ground yet. So there was something going on before anyone ever had any pressure on his neck or anything.
Yeah, I think he was saying that when he was in the patrol car going crazy in the back of the patrol car, that they had to let him out. But I don't know. It's a messed up world because, as Grump was saying there, you see things, the jury sees things one way and then doesn't want to see them the other way, for the way that we see them. I don't know. It's crazy. But so I don't know. We got some more of these sprinkle raindrops out here. What's up with this? I thought this stuff was supposed to be done yesterday. Why are you and the AccuWeather guys still raining on us out here in the Mid-Atlantic?
Yeah, well, it's like, they said it was going to be kind of gray and dreary and misty.
So
that's what you're dealing with, right?
Yep. And I did catch a little bit of that story that Charlie saw there down there in Virginia there with that lieutenant from the Army, and as the news is told my wife there, the news, they had to put in the headlines that he was a black officer in the Army, and then the other deal there out in Michigan or Minnesota, I don't know, whatever, Minnesota, I guess it was there. They mentioned it. It was a black man that was shot. Why is it always got to add that race in there? Why isn't it just an individual? They have to add the race into it all the time. Seems to be getting kind of old. I don't know. It's just pretty much like Chris says. Pretty much you got to turn off all the news because it's just the whole thing's getting to be pretty bad to watch anymore. But I don't know. Watching the body cam deal out of Tennessee there, that they showed was he had a vehicle with very dark tinted windows, and they were making a stop because the vehicle didn't have a tag where it was supposed to be placed at, even though it was apparently, I don't know, I would guess a recently purchased vehicle that had a paper temporary tag in a window, which is legal, but it's not where a commonly placed tag is supposed to be at. And so they ask him to get out of the vehicle, and of course all these situations now with all the high intensity of everything, officers are on edge, the people getting stopped are on edge, so the officers have weapons drawn to use, and people don't comply. I don't understand why people don't have, even if you get out and you get put in handcuffs at some point you will get out of the handcuffs. And I don't understand what the problem is to comply with instructions from an officer. And yeah, a lot of them sometimes might be going above and beyond, but if you go along with it, do things escalate? I don't know. We don't get to see the other side. We don't get to, there isn't enough, being brought out where traffic stops actually go the way they're supposed to if people comply. I'd like to see some body cams and videos of traffic stops where people actually do comply and see how the whole thing developed. And maybe that's what we need to show on the news instead of everybody not complying and everything going wrong.
Well, undoubtedly, this guy in Minneapolis, or the reason he didn't want to comply was horse feathers. He missed his court appearance 10 days before that, and he was carrying a gun illegally, no permit. He fled from law enforcement. He knew if he got handcuffed, he was going to jail, and he didn't want to go to jail. That's pretty damn simple, isn't it? Yeah, he didn't want to go to jail, so if you think you're going to fight with the police and you're actually going to win, that's not going to be the case. Not this time, not any time. All right, we've hit top of the hour. We get a news update. We've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Jump on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States set a record over the weekend, administering 4.6 million COVID vaccinations on Saturday. But even with increased vaccination efforts, new cases are still rising, up to around 70,000 a day for the last 7 days. Dr. Anthony Fauci warns that now is not the time to let up on public health measures. The White House chief medical advisor tells CNN that a little more time is needed before the virus can be brought under control.
If you are vaccinated, please remember that you still have to be careful and not get involved in crowded situations, particularly indoors where people are not wearing masks. And for the time being, until we show definitively that a person who's vaccinated does not get the subclinical infection and can spread to others, you should also continue to wear a mask.
This is USA Radio News.
Maybe you've heard about Medi-Share and you know what it is. It's the affordable alternative to health insurance, but you've wondered, can I really save a significant amount of money on my monthly health care bills? And the answer is an emphatic yes, you can. You can save a lot of money, whether it's just for you or for an entire family. Medi-Share has an option for you. In fact, the typical family saves $500 a month switching to Medi-Share. And it really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. You get free telehealth services, you get a huge network of doctors, you get great customer support, and you get the sense of security that comes from being a part of 400,000 people who share not just each other's medical bills, but purpose too. Medi-Share is a community of Christians who pull together and pray for each other, which is very refreshing right now. If you want more info, it's so simple. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
2 people were hospitalized in California after a home explosion. Lance Pry reports.
An explosion, possibly caused by a gas leak, rocked a house and neighborhood Sunday night in Valley Glen, California. NBC4 obtained surveillance video capturing the explosion. A 59-year-old man was critically injured and a second was buried in the rubble. In all, 8 people were rescued from the home 12 miles northwest of downtown Los Angeles. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the La Soufriere volcano erupted again on Monday, spewing more ash on the Caribbean island of St. Vincent. More than 16,000 people have been evacuated from the areas around the mountain since the first eruption last Friday. The Deputy Prime Minister for St. Vincent and the Grenadines says that the damage on the northeast side of the island is extensive, with many farms in the area completely destroyed. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Talks are set to resume in Vienna on Tuesday between the U.S., Iran, and several other parties to try to return to the terms of the 2015 nuclear agreement reached under former President Obama. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo says returning to that deal would be a regression in Middle East policy. He tells Fox News that the effort of the Trump administration for Middle East peace would be undone by a new deal with Iran.
Their theory of the case back in 2013, 14, and 15 was that if we don't take this deal that guarantees the pathway to a nuclear weapon, then we'll be at war. And of course, we proved just the opposite, right? Secretary Kerry had said you can't get peace without solving the Palestinian problem. We demonstrated that wasn't true. We were realistic about the world. We engaged diplomatically across a broad spectrum when we brought these Gulf states together with the Israelis for a security arrangement that benefits Americans all across the country. To go back to that deal would be an enormous regression and an enormous increase in the risk to the United States of America.
And the son of Kansas City Chiefs head coach Andy Reid is facing DWI charges stemming from a February accident. Tim Berg has more.
Former Kansas City Chiefs assistant linebackers coach Britt Reid has been charged with driving while intoxicated in connection with a February 4th crash that left a 5-year-old girl with a brain injury. The charge announced on Monday carries a potential jail sentence of 1 to 7 years. Prosecutors have requested a $100,000 bond. The crash occurred near the Truman Sports Complex, but prosecutors say they have no indication that Reid was drinking at Arrowhead Stadium.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Across over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Good to have you with us. Do you like that NASA jacket? I did my phone reset there. Forgot to black out the screen. Oh, you got to see him going out for a smoke break. You know, that's what he does. All right, for many, many years was a beautiful paradise in the Caribbean. Not so much a paradise right now. You're talking last week. There had been a lot of earthquake and rumbling activity at this volcanic island of St. Vincent. It indeed began erupting. I think first was on Friday, if memory serves. And we've had, it's continued, many eruptions, and I guess the largest was a huge explosion early Monday as the volcano continues erupting, spewed a tremendous amount of ash and hot gas, the biggest explosive eruption yet since the activity started in the Eastern Caribbean island last week. Experts called it a huge explosion that generated pyroclastic flows down the volcano's south and southwestern flanks, literally destroying everything in the path. Anything that was there, man, animal, anything, it's gone. It's a terrible thing to say, according to a geologist at the University of the West Indies Seismic Research Center. Anybody who would not have heeded the evacuation that they needed to get out immediately, they're gone. He said the volcano's old and new dome have both now been destroyed. A new crater has been created. Scientists studying the eruption on the Caribbean island of St. Vincent say explosions could continue for days or even weeks, and the worst may be yet to come. Holding a press conference with the Prime Minister over the weekend, the volcano is in its explosive eruption phase. And he said Friday's eruption was likely just the beginning. Now, that first explosion sent an ash plume an estimated 52,000 feet into the atmosphere, forced the evacuation of about 16,000 people. Thousands have gone to government-run shelters that screen for COVID-19. They isolate anyone that tests positive. Cruise ships had also been on standby near the island to evacuate residents. But you're not allowed to evacuate the island if you haven't been vaccinated. You're not allowed on the ship. Yeah, there have been no reports of anyone being killed or injured before the volcano blew. The government ordered people to evacuate the most high-risk area. Scientists warned magma was moving close to the surface. That's going back to like last Wednesday and Thursday when they were saying an eruption is inevitable. This particular volcano has been dormant since 1979. It started rumbling, releasing some smoke. Toward the end of last year, it's now being compared to the worst eruption in St. Vincent's history back in 1902. Of course, there was a massive power outage underway following another explosive event that occurred on Sunday morning. Authorities had restored electricity to most of the island by late that afternoon. But they say this is not a lava flow. It is a pyroclastic flow, which is it's a moving mixture of ash, rock fragments, and gas, which can travel down the volcano at speeds of up to 120 miles per hour, causing total devastation. These flows are really moving masses of destruction, destroys everything in its path. I don't care if you have the strongest house in the world, it's just going to be bulldozed off the ground. And they're describing the island as more like a battle zone kind of scene right now. It's pretty wild. On several of our cruises where we've gone out to the Southern Caribbean and Eastern Caribbean, I remember in particular one of those cruises. You could see those volcanic islands as you were cruising past, and thinking, I wonder how long's it been since any of those had erupted. That'd be quite the sight to see if you were out there right about now. Of course, there ain't nothing going on with the cruise lines, is there? Now, one thing, a footnote there, I was reading through some of the numbers. They're talking about how high into the atmosphere this plume of ash and smoke had been ejected. Going all the way back to Friday's eruption, they say 52,000 feet in the air. They were pointing out you've got the atmosphere, and then what is the next level? The troposphere. I think that's the zone between like 6 and 10 miles up. Once you get the ash and this particulate matter into the troposphere, it can linger there for a lengthy amount of time and actually have impacts on weather for the entire planet. It seems like we talked about in recent years. I think it was, remember our friend Doug from Florida who used to call, and he would bring up that year without a summer planet-wide, when a supervolcano had erupted and spewed so much soot and particulate matter and ash into the troposphere that it reflected the sun's rays, the warming rays of the sun, away from the planet. Turned out to be the year without a summer. If these massive eruptions continue, I haven't seen any numbers on how high into the atmosphere or troposphere Monday's explosion, because if it was much larger than Friday's and Sunday's eruption, undoubtedly we're seeing a lot of that particulate matter, which could have a cooling effect on the planet, could it not? Just saying. All right, looking at 16 past the hour. Yes, lines available. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I don't know if Philip actually sent this to me or not, but he's coming up here. Let me share the breakdown. President Biden submitted a $1.5 trillion budget request that includes $24.7 billion for NASA for 2022. The ask is part of the budget's what they call discretionary spending, which needs to be passed by Congress every year. The requested funding, if approved, would be $1.5 billion more than the funding for 2021, a little over 6% increase. This $24.7 billion funding request demonstrates the Biden administration's commitment to NASA and its partners who've worked hard this past year under difficult circumstances, achieving some unprecedented success. The majority of the increase in funding would go to both supporting the continued Artemis program, which aims to land the first woman on the moon by 2024, as well as investing in technology and research with an aim to lower the costs over time. It also looks to increase funding for climate science missions. Okay, it also gives necessary resources to continue advancing our bipartisan Moon to Mars space exploration plan, including, of course, landing the first woman and the first person of color on the moon, which would be under the Artemis program. All right, there you go. Good morning, Philip.
Hey, bud, how you doing? Yeah, pretty interesting or what?
That is interesting.
Yeah, that shows you how much they need a year just to run that place. That's just, think about this, Steve. That has to run the space station. That has to run all the facilities down there. Plus, we also got to keep moving forward in our space program. Yeah. That's amazing, isn't that amount of money?
Lots of money.
I mean, lots of money. I mean, that's lots of money. And you think about that, Steve, probably about 65 to 70% of that money you're looking at right there, that's engineering. So there's a lot of people making a lot of money on engineering things off of that. Think about when did you hear about they had the launch the other day where the Soyuz went up to the space station and took those guys up?
I knew that they had a scheduled launch, but I didn't see or hear anything about it. No, anything special happen or what?
Well, now we have 10 people on the space station right now. And toward the end of this month, we're going to have the next crewed mission for SpaceX. So they're going to be switching out crews coming back. At the end of the month, we're supposed to have the crew that sent up there about 6 months ago, they're coming back. So they're switching out crews, doing a lot of things with that. But that money pays for those guys to go up. And we literally pay Russia for the ship those guys up on that. So part of that budget also includes that as well. There's a lot of things that pays for other than the Artemis. I mean, the Artemis is the biggest chunk of it. The SLS program is way behind. It's way behind. It's a lot further behind than what you think, but that's a lot of money there. A lot of money. And you were talking about pyroclastic flows?
Yes.
Can you imagine tons? I'm talking like 400 or 500 tons of rock coming down the side of a mountain at 120 miles an hour. There ain't nothing going to outrun that.
Nope.
You ever studied the Mount St. Helens eruption?
Yeah, not really, no.
Okay, if you ever want to have some fun, just Google Mount St. Helens before and after. Look at the pictures before the eruption that we had a long time ago, and then after it. The whole side of the mountain is gone. So that rock and all that material had to go somewhere. That's a pyroclastic flow. Basically, when that shell falls off and an explosion happens, that energy's got to take it somewhere. It goes up and it goes over to the sides. And that stuff that goes to the sides is a pyroclastic flow that flows down the mountain. There is absolutely no way you're going to outrun it. If you haven't evacuated, when they tell you to evacuate, forget it. You're done, because it's going to hit you that fast.
Mm-hmm.
If the initial burst of energy doesn't hit you directly, you're going to die a real slow one. I mean, it's bad. It's real bad. Mount St. Helens was proof of that one. And we got a ton of that stuff here in the United States. I mean, you look at all the Northwest, you look at around Portland, you know, you've got a range of volcanoes up there. You've got Yosemite. You've got a ton of stuff there. You got Hawaii. That's completely volcanic. I mean, Steve, have you seen on the news lately where those guys out in Sweden, they showed them out there playing around the lava flows of a volcano in the middle of Sweden?
How crazy is that?
I mean, how stupid is that? I mean, the gas alone off that stuff, it'll knock you out. I mean, there's so much sulfur and all kinds of other stuff in that it'll knock you out. I seen that. I was like, you got to be kidding me. So, and SN-15, that Starship, it's out there. It's out there. And to the other guy that mentioned yesterday, he's a regular call-in. We talked about Willie Nelson, and he knows who he is. You know what? I'd rather have Willie Nelson in that position than Bill Nelson, to be quite honest with you, bud. And that's all my baloney for today. You have a good one.
I got a message from Spaceman. He said something crazy happened inside Disney that made national news yesterday, but I can't remember what it was. You have any idea what he's talking about?
It didn't happen where I was at. I'll put it to you that way. I don't know. I didn't hear anything. But
okay.
Nothing surprises me. You know what, Stephen? This is my own opinion. People crazy when they go on vacation. Okay? I mean, when people get on vacation, is it like they lose their mind sometimes?
Yeah, right.
You know, I mean, you seen that the other day with that guy down there. He spent all that money to get escorted out. But, I mean, people just, I don't know what it is about being on vacation, especially when you're away from the house. I don't know what it is. But people get crazy. I hate to say it that way, but some of the things I've seen over the years, and I'm not going to talk about them. It'd take me forever to talk about it, but people just go nuts when they go on vacation. They don't manage time. They just do a lot of things in a rush time, and it doesn't really make it for a fun vacation. So, but nothing surprises me, Steve. People, the way that everything is nowadays, nothing surprises me. So tell Spaceman to call in and let us know what's going on down there, because I didn't hear nothing yesterday.
All right, and I hadn't seen anything that I can in my show prep. There's a lot that I miss, obviously, though. So who knows? Maybe you know. All right, we've got wide open lines here. You want to dial us up? It's 844-844-3388. Industry headlines from our friends at OOIDA. This time around, a new player has entered the arena to help solve the truck parking crisis in the form of the National League of Cities. They published a post on their website entitled, "Have Excess Parking? Consider Truck Parking Partnerships." The organization of more than 2,000 city, town, and village leaders around the nation has some ideas that may benefit both truckers and cities. According to the National League of Cities, several cities across the country have a problem that the trucking industry may be envious of, and that is, believe it or not, unused excess parking. They're asking these cities to maybe consider allowing truckers to park at these empty spots whenever possible. Now, they say a lot of thought went into the idea. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association worked with the National League of Cities to help find solutions. We've been working in more ways than one to address the truck parking crisis, according to Colin Long, the government affairs director. That includes conversations with other organizations that are interested and maybe capable of helping, like the National League of Cities. We commend them for not only recognizing the truck parking shortage is a safety concern that affects cities around the country, but working with us to make sure that local communities have the knowledge and the tools, the resources to provide truckers with some safe places to park. We're not only working on legislation, so what are the possible solutions? This is what the National League of Cities suggested to use as parking areas. Excess airport parking, city-owned staging areas or properties or parking lots near highway exits or trucking destinations, including ports, rail yards, or major businesses. Stadium parking, government building parking lots, major shopping malls. Well, there's an idea. There's a ton of shopping malls out there around the country that are pretty much, in many cases, vacant, shuttered, or there sure ain't a whole lot of business at them. Government-owned sites waiting for development, warehouses and other major shipping and receiving pressure points. National League of Cities is recognizing that local governments have the power to lend a big helping hand when it comes to the truck parking problems all around the country. All right, then one other tidbit as we head toward news break time. Again, open lines at 844-844-3388. The FMCSA is again warning motor carriers, do not fall victim to fraudulent, misleading, or some of these aggressive marketing attempts when it comes to filing your biennial registration reports. In a Facebook post this past Friday, the FMCSA showed a picture of one of those letters. It's designed to look like an official communique, but in fact, it's nothing more than a phishing scam. Important reminder, they say, be wary of fraudulent, misleading, and aggressive marketing attempts. We are aware that motor carrier officials and new entrant applicants often receive confusing or misleading solicitations from service providers or third-party administrators by telephone, email, text, or even U.S. mail. Let me see. The warning reads like this. Posted on the FMCSA Friday, April 9th. The FMCSA does not do any of the following, they say. We do not contact carriers using telemarketers or robocall automated telephone solicitations. We do not request credit card numbers by telephone. We do not charge a fee for downloadable U.S. government forms. Another thing the FMCSA does not do is endorse private businesses or vendors, nor is the use of a service provider required by the FMCSA. We say, the agent says that the businesses obtain motor carrier information when a company submits an application or updates their information with the FMCSA. Because your basic carrier information is all publicly available. So apparently these companies oftentimes contact new carriers after they complete their online transactions with the FMCSA. A lot of times you'll get aggressive, fraudulent complaints. Carriers may be being pressured to immediately enroll in a drug and alcohol supervisor training program. The UCR compliance registration, your biennial update, or Unified Registration System compliance forms. They're just trying to fish for some info, and just ultimately they're fishing to get a credit card so you can register. You're not really even getting registered. All right, we get a news break here. Much more to come. Jump on board. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States set a record over the weekend, administering 4.6 million COVID vaccinations on Saturday. But even with increased vaccination efforts, new cases are still rising, up to around 70,000 a day for the last 7 days. Dr. Anthony Fauci warns that now is not the time to let up on public health measures. The White House chief medical advisor tells CNN that a little more time is needed before the virus can be brought under control.
If you are vaccinated, please remember that you still have to be careful and not get involved in crowded situations, particularly indoors where people are not wearing masks. And for the time being, until we show definitively that a person who's vaccinated does not get the subclinical infection and can spread to others, you should also continue to wear a mask.
This is USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. I can see my numbers here. We hundreds of listeners out there. No, it's not millions. It's hundreds. Yeah, but we've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. All right, so as I typically do when I get out of here on any given morning, I'll wrap things up and I'll try to post a couple of, sometimes it may be funnies or interesting things I come across via my Facebook page, my social media, which, by the way, of course, we've got the Overnight Drive Radio Facebook page. I don't do a whole lot there. I've had my own Steve Summers page, and a lot of people don't realize it's SOMMERS, Steve Summers, SOMMERS. That's where I typically do most of my posting. And one of the posts this past morning, I guess we could say, Pappy got me on the topic because he had forwarded an interview. Now, this is an interview from a KGB defector out of Russia back in 1985. If memory serves, I remember sharing that interview probably 8 or 10 years ago. But he explains how Russia, a.k.a. the KGB, manipulates the United States public opinion. It's very interesting. If you've not viewed it yet, I encourage you. It's a maybe 10 minutes long, something like that. And I got a number of comments, 25 shares on that this past day. Ronald said, try taking some kind of science to today's younger generation, today's youth. Michael said it is very eye-opening. What's the old saying, Steve? We're being taken over without a shot being fired. That is correct. Well, now what I posted up top. At 56 years old, that's me, I may be gone before the total transformation takes place. My grandchildren will live under communism. That I'm pretty well convinced. Donald Trump essentially put a 4-year pause on the takeover. China and Russia got Biden elected to get it back on track. It is now on track. 2022 will undoubtedly be a game changer for this country. If Biden doesn't have us under communist control by that point in time, we'll see. But after viewing the interview from back in 1985, again, he explains how this is all going to, step by step, incrementally take place. Bankrupting the country. And we're on a rapid course. Essentially, we are bankrupt. I mean, here we are only into the 13th of April. We are $1.7 trillion in deficit spending already this year. And now we're looking at another $2.25 trillion proposal, infrastructure, another $1.7 trillion proposal from Biden just the other day. And these numbers, we're not borrowing this money. We're just printing the money. The printing presses are just running nonstop. China, now, again, this is my personal opinion, just my opinion, as Grump says. China set the stage to ultimately finish off bankrupting the U.S. with COVID-19. Russia's essentially getting ready to start World War III as they amass their troops near Ukraine. China takes Taiwan at the same time. The dollar completely collapses. The United States falls into the hands of the communists. Just my opinion. I made that very clear. Now let me take you over to some of the actual news headlines from Monday, the 12th of April. Just a matter of hours after I made that post. Story number one, we'll start with Russia. Russia is one step from war with the Ukraine, according to Russian state television. The latest bout of saber-rattling between Moscow and Kiev that has rattled nerves across Europe. A Russian news anchor who's been called a Putin propagandist in the past issued that warning during a primetime broadcast in Russia Sunday. He branded Ukraine a Nazi state, stating that Russia may be forced to denazify Ukraine by force, a process that he said will bring about its economic and military collapse. Russia has now amassed more than 80,000 troops along Ukraine's eastern border, including tanks, artillery, armored transports, support vehicles, raising fear of an invasion. Ukraine's presidential spokesman said on Monday, 40,000 troops are now stationed in Crimea, with another 40,000 near the Donbass region, where Russian-backed separatists have been fighting government forces for years. Meanwhile, Michael McFaul, who was America's man in Moscow from 2012 to 14, when Putin annexed Crimea, warned Putin could invade Ukraine and bring war to Europe in a worst-case scenario. The current posturing in Eastern Europe could easily spill over to all-out conflict if Russia decides to attack on the pretext of liberating Russian speakers in the east of the country who it considers citizens. If that happened, the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian army would respond. I have no doubt that they would. Then you would have a war in Europe between two very formidable armies. In the meantime, Russia has resorted to attacking Ukrainian President Zelensky over the airwaves, with state media painting him as an aggressor. One likened Zelensky to a Napoleon after digging up images of him playing the part in an old television drama. And there's more to that. Ukraine, with NATO support rather than Russia, was building up military firepower close to several cities which are controlled by pro-Moscow rebels following that civil war in 2014, which has led to more than 14,000 deaths. Never before has there been so much NATO military hardware in Ukraine. It also highlighted the arrivals of U.S. transport planes and Pentagon-leased cargo vessels in strategic Ukrainian port of Odessa. Those claims could not immediately be corroborated. Videos showing tanks, mobile artillery, howitzers, armored personnel carriers, support vehicles being ferried to the front, many of which are being massed at a camp near the city of Voronezh, about 115 miles from the border. Now that is Ukraine. Think back to my post. Russia ready to start World War III. At that point, China makes their move on Taiwan. Dateline Reuters News, Monday, April the 12th. 25 Chinese Air Force aircraft, including fighters and nuclear-capable bombers, entered Taiwan's air defense identification zone on Monday, the largest reported incursion to date. No immediate comment from Beijing. The news after the U.S. State Department on Friday issued new guidelines that would enable U.S. officials to meet more freely with Taiwanese officials, which just pisses China off that much more. Chinese claimed Taiwan has complained over the last few months of repeated missions by China's Air Force near their self-ruled island. This latest incursion involved 14 J-16, 4 J-10 fighters, 4 H-6K bombers, which can carry nuclear weapons, 2 anti-submarine aircraft, and an early warning aircraft, according to Taiwan's defense ministry. This is the largest incursion since the ministry began regularly reporting Chinese Air Force activities in Taiwan's ADIZ zone last year. The ministry added combat aircraft were dispatched to intercept and warn away the Chinese craft, while missile systems were also deployed to monitor them. Everything seems to be really coming to a boiling point around the world, much of which, personally, my opinion, I would attribute to one election of Joe Biden as President of the United States. It's all about testing the resolve of Joe Biden and the United States around the world. When you have these incursions, though, of a Chinese fighter craft and then Taiwan military craft, one simple mistake can set the entire region ablaze in a matter of seconds. Sometimes those things are even accidental, which leads to big-time war. All right, good morning to the Big Moose. Hey there, how are you?
Hey, bud, playing truck driver, you?
Playing radio.
I heard that. Well, a couple things here real quick. You said the election of Joe Biden. I think it ought to be calling that the appointment of Joe Biden, because we all know what a fix that was, you know. And let me throw a hypothetical at you. Are you feeling in a hypothetical mood tonight?
Well, I just kind of offered up my own hypothetical, but what's yours?
Well, okay. During the Korean War, the U.S. had a vaccine for, I think it was scarlet fever, that proved ineffectual. Matter of fact, it done more harm than good, because those people over there ate a lot of horse meat, and the serum was derived from a white blood cell from a horse. So their system instantly metabolized it like food, and instead of giving them a vaccine, they literally give them a small dose of the virus that was killing a bunch of them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And what happens if all this vaccination that we're under here for this ridiculously survivable virus. What if this ain't some kind of setup? Because, you know, these guys, especially you start talking about the KGB and them guys, they're pretty slick customers, you know. So I wonder what's boiling the water here. You take something with a 97% of survival rate for the people that are affected by it, and everybody needs this vaccine. We need it now. We need it fast. Before it's even FDA approved, we need to squirt everybody and his brother with this crap. And they're giving it to the old folks, and now they're getting down into the, 40-year-olds and stuff. I'm wondering, hypothetically, what if they drop something in the municipal water supply, or drop something in the national food chain, or drop a little squirt of something in, where everybody's consuming this, and it just so happens if you combine vaccine A with chemical B that, that's the end of you, And, they're talking about, it's only the old folks and the babies who are affected by this. Well, they're trucking them old folks in there by the droves. I've yet to hear of one baby immunized with this crap. Have you?
I don't think it's available to anyone. Is it under the age of 16? Is my understanding at this point?
So it's basically the old folks with the money and the fighting age folks, right?
Right.
And that just makes me even more suspicious, especially when the fighting age folks ain't the ones that, are not even in the high risk factor or even the medium risk factor unless they got some pre-existing debilitating illness, So, I'm just not sold on this crap, man. I think it's a scam. I think this last quote-unquote election was a scam. I don't think we'll ever have another fair election in this country. I think what you're going to see in 2022 is exactly what we've seen this last go-around. The poll numbers are going to be up for the Republican side, and then at the last minute, they're going to close the polls down. They're going to bring in the U-Haul vans full of mail-in ballots, and they're going to appoint whoever the hell they want. And when that happens, we might as well start practicing our yoga, because we're going to need to be able to stick our heads between our legs and kiss our asses goodbye. Because I'm telling you, we're making the last lap around the bowl, and these guys have got us by the short and curlies, and this is playing out just like a script. This is a Hollywood movie playing out in real time, and I tell you what, it ain't going to end good for none of us, And I hate it for, the young people and the babies being born today. What kind of fresh hell are they going to have to deal with when they get 30, 40, 50 years old, if they live that long, So, I don't know. People say I'm a conspiracy theorist, and that may be a little bit true. But I tell you 3 things that I know for absolute certainty. A 120-plus story skyscraper cannot fall at free fall speed when it's damaged at the top. Anna Nicole didn't marry for love, and there ain't no way in hell Joe Biden is a legitimate president. So. I don't know. Ain't nothing you can do but sit down and watch her go, huh?
You can call you may be called a conspiracy theorist, but what you're expressing though is the sentiment of millions of people. The confidence in a straight up legitimate election has been greatly diminished by what transpired in 2020. Now you've got the likes of Georgia that's trying to put a patch on that and bring some confidence back into the election. But if what unfolded in 2020 occurs in 22 or 24, as you say, for the next presidential election, I mean, the lack of confidence is off the charts right now. You're not alone in your. Go ahead.
Here's the thing, though, bud. We don't have to worry about the next presidential election. The next one's going to be the important one. These state electors, you got your senators, your congressmen, and all of these people. the little players, okay? They could have put Big Bird in the White House after that. If they get all the little players working for the same team, we're done. Like I said, they could clone Joe Stalin and have him in the White House after they get all of their the little guys on board, so to speak. I mean, that's when it's going to start getting close to home, you know. Now, you take a guy sitting out there in the middle of the salt flats in Utah or Nevada or someplace. He's not real concerned about who's sitting in the White House. He might start sweating it a little bit more when the guy who's controlling his region's, 30 miles away from him with a team of hired goons, That's what I'm saying. That 2022 is going to be where it's at, because if they seize a whole control, and they will, I'm confident of it, because like I said, they've already proven that a truckload of mail-in ballots popping up out of nowhere at 2 o'clock in the morning is nothing unusual, and they need to all be counted. But, yeah, like I said, just start doing them back and leg exercises, because we're going to have to kiss ourselves right in the button, because we're making the last lap around the bowl. But that was all my good news for tonight. So keep it twixt the spotted and the solid, sunny side up, greasy side down, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
That's what he says. Are we sounding like Debbie Downers tonight? I almost posted that at the top of my post yesterday morning about the whole Russia-China thing, but Debbie Downer Monday sort of thing. But and yes, Big Moose, you're concerned about the vaccine. You're not alone by any means in that category either. The numbers were released, I guess, over the weekend. According to the report, 38.9% of Marines, U.S. Marines, average age 25 years old, which would put them at a roughly 0.18% risk of death. You understand that? Yeah, less than 0.2% risk of death. Well, surprise, surprise, they're refusing to take the jab, which doesn't prevent one from getting COVID-19 or falling ill or transmitting it. Who would have guessed that extraordinary, healthy, fit people with a minimal chance of death don't want to inject the most rushed vaccine in history? I'm not surprised. The Navy and Marine Corps are providing substantial educational information broadly, working with commands to ensure Marines, sailors, and beneficiaries have accurate information regarding the safety and efficacy of the vaccine to encourage individuals to get immunized, according to the Marine spokesman, Captain Andrew Wood. He went on to say, "We continue to make the vaccine available to Marines, sailors, civilians, contractors, and authorized beneficiaries based on the prioritization schedule listed on the DoD's population schema." All right, according to the data, approximately 75,500 Marines have been vaccinated, while 48,000 have declined. The overall acceptance rate is 61.1%. That includes active duty, reserves, the individual mobilization augmentee Marines, according to the report. The rate of decline to be vaccinated is as high as 57% at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. Now, here's the interesting thing. Yes, of course, anyone who's ever joined any branch of the military knows you go through your basic, and while you're there, getting ready to get your basic training started, you get in line, you drop your drawers, and you go down the line, you get one shot after another shot after another shot in the rear end. Those are mandatory. Varying vaccines. Due to this COVID-19 vaccine being what they call an emergency use authorization by the Food and Drug Administration. It's not fully approved, in other words. It's just emergency use authorization. The military cannot force a service member to take the vaccine, unlike pretty much all the others. At least not at this point. That will probably change at some point down the line, but yeah, not surprising. But yeah, you're not going to take it. You're not going to take the vaccine? You've got a 0.18 risk of dying. Well, I'll take the 99.7% or 99.8% risk of not dying by not taking the vaccine. I mean, really? All right, we got our final hour ahead here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. If you can hang in there through the break, Steve, we got you coming up next, and lines available. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A curfew has been instituted in the Minneapolis area as protesters clashed with police for a second night following the fatal shooting of a black man during a traffic stop in Brooklyn Center. Police said Monday that the shooting of 20-year-old Dante Wright during a struggle with police was accidental, as the officer involved mistakenly drew her handgun instead of her taser. Hundreds gathered outside the Brooklyn Center Police Department Monday night. Police moved to disperse the crowds after protesters reportedly threw bottles, fireworks, bricks, and other projectiles at officers. And President Biden met with a group of Republican lawmakers Monday, trying to garner their support for his infrastructure package. He says he's ready to talk about how to pay for his more than $2 trillion proposal.
I'm prepared to negotiate as to how the extent of my infrastructure project, as well as how we pay for it. But if we get in a serious conversation about how to do that.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you hear that? That is the sound. No, that is the sound of the wrecker. That is the sound of the tow truck. That is the sound of your car stuck in the snow and the tow truck is on its way. You know what the tow truck is coming for? The tow truck is coming for your wallet. That's what it's coming for. I know. That's what it's coming for. Listen, this is Billy Gerard here, Rockstar Radio. I have the solution. It is called Track Grabber. TRACGRABBER. Go there, trackgrabber.com. Winter is coming. Do not let this sound be you. Track Grabber, TRACGRABBER. Go there, get these. They are inexpensive. They will save you a fortune in the long run, and they will save you from getting stuck. Go to trackgrabber.com. Log on. Get yourself a pair. Get a pair for the family. They're easy to install, and they will get you out of the mud, the snow, the sand. They will save you from the wrecker bills. Oh, my goodness. They will pay for themselves the first time you use the trackgrabber.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR saves 25%. That's trackgrabber.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR.
The United States set a record over the weekend, administering 4.6 million COVID vaccinations on Saturday. But even with the increased vaccination efforts, new cases of COVID are still rising, up to around 70,000 a day for the last 7 days. Dr. Anthony Fauci warns that now is not the time to let up on public health measures. The White House chief medical advisor tells CNN that a little more time is needed before the virus is under control.
Don't declare victory prematurely. We see so many pulling back on some of the public health measures, the mask mandates, the restaurant opening, the bars. We can't be doing that. We've got to wait a bit longer until we get enough vaccine into people that we will clearly blunt any surge. And every day that goes by, Wolf, we're closer and closer to that, because if we can vaccinate 3 to 4 million people every day and keep the lid on things, pretty soon we're going to see a turnaround and we're going to see them come down.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go, and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer is calling on the federal government to send her state more COVID vaccines as Michigan deals with the spike in cases driven by the B.1.1.7 variant of the virus. But CDC Director Rochelle Walensky said Monday that she thinks the state should be shutting back down. Last week, she asked residents to temporarily limit their activities, but made clear that she was asking, not ordering. Former HHS Assistant Secretary for Health Admiral Brett Giroir tells Fox News that there are 2 major steps that Michigan should take to control the current spread.
Number one, 100% they should surge vaccines to Michigan. Leadership is about making choices.
You have to put out this blaze. Vaccinations are the way to do it. We can vaccinate our way out of this. Sure, it'll take 2 weeks, but in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, this could be over in Michigan. Number two, this is not April of 2020. We have hundreds of millions of tests. I would send an at-home test to every single residence within the counties or even throughout the state of Michigan. Allow people to test themselves and get that choice. We can do that now. The logistics are easy. Send it in the mail. They could do it. They're over the counter. These are two definite ways. Shutdowns, they already have a mask mandate. They already have limitation of work. I don't think you're going to get any more bang for your buck out of more limitations. You're just going to hurt more people.
And the NHL's trade deadline passed Monday afternoon relatively quietly, except for one blockbuster trade. The Detroit Red Wings sent their star forward Anthony Mantha to the Washington Capitals for forwards Jakub Vrana, Richard Panik, a 2021 first-round pick, and a 2022 second-round pick. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There we go. Final hour underway on a Tuesday morning. What's on your mind? All right. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Nikki Haley. Remember her, the former South Carolina governor, ambassador to the United Nations? A lot of Republicans thought highly, very highly of Nikki Haley. Might she consider a run for president in 2024? Well, she actually answered that question. She will only consider a run if former President Trump declines to run. I will support Trump if he decides to run, she says. And I quote, I would not run if President Trump ran. And I would talk to him about it. There's something we'll have a conversation about at some point if that decision is something that has to be made. She's actually been a very vocal supporter of her former boss. She gave high praise to Trump's speech earlier this past winter at the Conservative Political Action Conference, the CPAC. Shortly after his speech, she said, strong speech by President Trump about the winning policies of his administration and what the party needs to unite behind moving forward. The liberal media wants a Republican civil war. That's not going to happen. Of course, she was ambassador to the UN 2017 and 2018. When asked if she would support President Trump if he runs again, she responded, yes. I had a great working relationship with Trump. I appreciated the way he let me do my job. I thought we did some fantastically great foreign policy things together. And look, I just want to keep building on what we accomplished and not watch it all get torn down. And she's been candid with Trump as well, suggesting that the president let his backers by not doing more to quell the violence on January the 6th. She told the Politico she believed Trump was not going to run for federal office again. I think his business is suffering at this point. I think he's lost any sort of political viability. that he was going to have. I think he's lost his social media. That meant the world to him. I mean, I think he's lost the things that really could have kept him moving. But nonetheless, he has not, to date, ruled out a run in 2024. We will have to just wait and see. All right, Steve, thank you for hanging in there. Yes, Steve, go ahead.
Hey, Steve, thanks for taking me back. As Pappy would say, I want to give Moose the big cookie for tonight. I'll tell you, everything he said is right on. Conspiracy theory or not, a lot of things he said I truly believe. One of them is the COVID. When that thing first hit, way back when, I said to myself, this is the only thing that can take down the United States economy and Donald Trump. And conspiracy or not, we'll never know. But I truly believe that was China's first step in on the move, because they are on the move. Back in, I think it was 61 or 62, I was in kindergarten, Steve. And I remember we used to practice huddling under our desk in a ball.
Yep.
For the nuclear explosions to happen in the United States from Russia during the Cold War. That was a pretty scary period for Americans. But here's the difference. Back then, the media was reporting it. We had pretty much an open, fair, honest media during the Kennedy administration. Things weren't so instantaneous. You know, you had to wait for the news. You had to pick it up in a newspaper, listen to it on the radio, or Walter Cronkite at night. It wasn't like today where it's Twitter and Facebook and all of that. But the problem today is Americans are asleep because the media is a part of this. They're not reporting this stuff. The only way that Americans would get to know it is if they listen to your program, if they listen to Levin, to Bongino, to Beck, conservative radio, hosts like you, that believe in America, that report honestly, that report facts. So that's the problem, is America is not aware of what's going on with China, with North Korea, with Russia, because the media is not reporting it. And that's been the whole problem for the last 4 years. They've been so damn dishonest.
Yep.
See, the other thing, Steve, is back in 2016, what were Hillary's chances of winning the presidency? Do you remember?
I think she was a shoo-in. It was a guarantee.
90-something%.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Exactly.
90-something%. So, see, Obama couldn't go far enough during his presidency because he got a lot of pushback. He got a lot of pushback from the Tea Party. In the 2012 elections, I think they lost the House, and so he got a lot of pushback. So he couldn't push the Great Reset that far, and Hillary was next in line to push the agenda. The agenda that's going on right now was supposed to happen 4 years ago. That was supposed to be the start of it, to take control, and that's what's happening now. And Donald Trump put a big pipe wrench in that effort. And that's why since day one, when he came down that escalator, what were they talking about? Impeachment. We got to get rid of this guy. This is not our plan. This is a global plan, Steve. It's, I'm sure you've heard of the Great Reset.
Yes, absolutely.
It's what it's all about. It's a global plan for one global economy, and China's going to be the main player in this thing. And, God forbid, Taiwan's on an island by themselves, Donald Trump was sending jets over there and missiles and trying to beef them up to deter China from ever making an attempt at that island. And he was doing a hell of a job at it. The same thing with Ukraine. He was sending them missiles and armor and all kinds of jets to try and fend off Russia from their aggression. Joe Biden, what is he doing? He's actually helping Putin. He's helping China. He's actually defunding our military. Do you know that he didn't give $1 to defense spending? They were at $700 billion, and they're still at the same. It's not enough money to keep it up. Donald Trump built up the military, and Joe Biden's tearing it back down. I mean, look what he's doing with Iran. You know, he's starting to get in bed with them, put them back on the map with their nukes, because they're anti-Semites. They do not like Israel. You know, Trump brought peace in that region for the first time in history with all those and Joe Biden's tearing that down. For the Middle East, they want Russia on the move, and they want China on the move. That's what the world's coming to. And Joe Biden's not going to do a damn thing about it. You know? It's just a scary, scary time in this world, and people are asleep as far as what's going on right now. They really are, and they need to wake up, because it's coming, like Moose said. It's coming, and we might as well just put our head between our knees and kiss our butt goodbye if we lose these elections in 2022. It's going to be important to maybe stop it a little bit, because it doesn't matter who we get in the White House in 2024. If we don't get the Senate and the Congress back in 2022, this country's in big, big trouble. This is going to happen sooner than later. So, I don't know. But I wanted to say one other thing, Steve, if I got time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Horse Feathers brought up a point about this race with why they always have to put race in front of everything. And I'm kind of hoping that I can explain a little bit about that, because we've talked about it many times on your show with the critical race theory, how, it's in schools and they're teaching our kids to look at skin color rather than a person's character, and how they're pitting black against white and white against Asian and Asian against black and so forth. There's some points involved in this. Take a look at the Masters. There was a young white kid, 24 years old, from California, Zalatoris, who came in one stroke behind the Japanese kid that won, Matsuyama, whatever his name was.
Yeah.
So he got all kinds of praise, which was great. He made history. He was the first Japanese golfer to ever win the Masters.
Absolutely.
Which now he's an icon in Japan, which
Sure.
is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But the headline all morning on ESPN and all these sports stations was all about this guy. I guarantee you, if that 24-year-old white boy from California would have won the Masters, they would have done about a 5-minute segment on it. That's the problem in America. It doesn't fit the narrative, because they want everyone to look at white people as white supremacists. Do you know what they said about that? Did you hear about that white rally that they were having in Washington, D.C., supposedly over the weekend?
Did not.
No one showed up. No one showed up. So NBC put a narrative out there and said no one showed up at the white power rally in Washington, D.C., because all the white supremacists are going underground now. That was their narrative. So does it show you that there's really not white supremacy in the United States?
So
Otherwise, I think they would have been Otherwise, I think they would have been marching in Washington. But to get back to explaining the Horse Feathers, if he reads which is a lot about race and critical race theory, and how they're trying to pit people against each other to hate each other and hate America. That's what this whole narrative is about. Because if you look at these shootings, when the white kids shot up those 6 Asian people in Georgia, it was a big narrative all over the news. It was racist. When the Muslim guy shot the 10 white people in Boulder, Colorado, you heard nothing about it. When the Muslim guy ran over the 2 Capitol Police officers in Washington, D.C., you heard nothing about it. 800 black kids have been murdered in Chicago over the past year. Black against black. You haven't heard anything about it, have you? Hardly ever. So that's the problem. Is the media has a narrative, and that's the whole thing, is play the race card, and just pit us against each other, because that's how you take down a nation. And that's not how this nation is supposed to function.
Dan Bongino did a great breakdown of that here just a few days ago. He was kind of citing the fact that the Democrats who are in charge right now have absolutely nothing to offer. What they're doing is just trying to dangle all these freebies out here. We're sending you a check. We're going to send you another check, and we're going to send you another check, and we're going to offer more, what do you call EBT? We're going to offer more food stamps and more government programs. Oh, we're going to offer you more, take care of your health care. But the only way to continue pushing that through is to keep the country divided. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're keeping us pitted one against the other, black against white, Hispanic against black.
Exactly right, Steve.
That's their goal. Keep us pitted.
I work with a few black drivers, and I work with many Hispanic drivers, and we talk every now and then when we see each other. And most of them are conservative. Most of them don't believe in this race crap that they're promoting, because I've talked to them about that, being a white person and how I look at them. I don't look at them as a Mexican from down the border or their skin color because they're a little brown, or a black person because they're black. I look at them as a person, their character, and that's how I was brought up. And, and they told me the same thing. That's what they're trying to teach their kids. Is don't look at a white kid as white. Look at him as a person. As an individual, as his character. So this narrative that they're pushing, believe me, a lot of minorities aren't falling for it. They're not, and it's very, very dangerous what they're pushing right now. It really is, and I just hope that we can stand up and fight, because on a daily basis, this nation's going under with this crazy leftist Marxist ideology that's going on. So I just hope we all wake up and stand up. That's all I got. That's my rant for tonight, and I'll end it with that, Steve.
Thanks for checking back in, Steve. Have a good morning. Yeah, Grump earlier mentioned he sent me the emails to his little rant from, I'm not sure when this was initially he put this out, but it's a little history on immigration, as he puts it. Back in 1882, the need for a more strict immigration policy was a must for a growing nation. So the Immigration Act of 1882 was born. Now, we've had numerous immigration acts since then, but the one provision that has survived numerous court challenges was the public charge provision. It's very explicit with its language and its intent to weed out those immigrants who come here penniless and must rely on the taxpayers for financial support that includes their medical needs. It's also one of the most widely ignored provisions in immigration enforcement. Nearly 60% of those crossing our borders, legal and illegal, are dependent upon the taxpayers to meet their basic financial and health needs. If the public charge provision was enforced, they would be deported, as the law states, thus discouraging border jumpers and favoring more immigrants of greater financial means. This cost the American taxpayers over $28.6 billion in 2019. It's projected to exceed $35 billion by fiscal year 2022. But according to the Democrat liars in Congress, illegal immigrants contribute far more than they take from the system. FairUS.org clearly spells out these massive costs. But the cost falls on deaf ears, especially for the Democrats. They love the illegal immigrants, not because they're a compassionate or caring party, but because they're strategically placing these individuals in voting districts that need a higher number of residents, not necessarily voters, but residents. That practice legally increases the number of congressional representatives benefiting Democrats 98% of the time. Just for your information, the public charge provision was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court, and the Trump administration actually used it as a tool to help stop illegals and drugs from crossing our southern border. But of course, Joe Biden has completely reversed all Trump immigration policies, ignoring the established law of the land, allowing illegals to freely enter, bringing with them COVID-19, drugs, and more public charges with them. As he always says, just my opinion and undisputed facts. That's true. The public opinion charge. The public charge provision, rather. Public charge. All right, thank you so much, Grump. What are we looking at? About 26 past the hour, so we got time to squeeze in Heat Wave before we hit the news break at the bottom of the hour. Hello, Heat Wave.
Hello again. Thank you for taking me, Senor. Listen, I-15 northbound in Nevada at the 19-mile marker, we've got 3 ambulances on the northbound side. On the shoulder, we got 2 vehicles and involved in something, and there's 2 police cars right behind the first vehicle you come to. So anyone traveling just north of Jean, Nevada, there at the 19, just be careful. Steve, I never got a shot in the butt when I was in the military. Now, I don't know how it was for those troops going in prior to 1986, but whenever I got my inoculations, we had rolled the sleeves up on our T-shirts, walked in between 2 technicians that had what I would call spray guns, and they pressed them against our skin on both arms, and they hit a trigger, and the pressure that was behind went ahead and shot the juices inside our arms. Now, maybe if you had a bad case of VD, they would pop you in the butt with a needle, but that never happened to me. And if I needed an inoculation, I never got it in the hind end. Now, the troops from before that time and then after 94, they can call in and let us know if they ever got it popped in the butt.
I'm thinking maybe I've seen it in the movies or whatever, that kind of thing. I assumed that was the case. I never asked my son, did he get him in the ass or in the arm?
So one thing I do want to say is, people thank me for my service whenever I, wear my Air Force hat around, and the best way you can thank me is to vote for people that believe in a strong defense. Believe in the military and the veterans first before illegal aliens. So, anyways, that's basically all I want to say. But yeah, I never got it in the butt. Always in the arm.
Okay.
All righty, Senor. We'll holler at you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. You got it, Heat Wave. I don't know. I was trying to remember what was it Forrest Gump when he was going in, joining the military? I can't remember what movies I'm thinking about, but that's just what I was assuming. I didn't realize they were all in the arm nowadays. All right. Good morning, Steve Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. Hope everybody had a good, safe weekend. Celebrated my dad's 80th birthday. And my brother came home from Oregon. My uncle, the retired truck driver known as the Potato Chip Man from Fort Wayne, Indiana, was there. He's 87 years old. Wonderful family celebration for my dad. I'm very thankful. That's great. Ready to depart Fort Wayne, Indiana for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Counting down the days till Christmas. Truck and Phil. There you go. Semper Fi. Thank you very much. Have a great run today, Truck and Phil. And as always, thanks for listening to the program. Okay, we'll get back to your calls just ahead here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A curfew has been instituted in the Minneapolis area as protesters clashed with police for a second night following the fatal shooting of a black man during a traffic stop in Brooklyn Center. Police said Monday that the shooting of 20-year-old Dante Wright during a struggle with police was accidental, as the officer involved mistakenly drew her handgun instead of her taser. Hundreds gathered outside the Brooklyn Center Police Department Monday night. Police moved to disperse the crowds after protesters reportedly threw bottles, fireworks, bricks, and other projectiles at officers. And President Biden met with a group of Republican lawmakers Monday, trying to garner their support for his infrastructure package. He says he's ready to talk about how to pay for his more than $2 trillion proposal.
I'm prepared to negotiate as to how the extent of the minor infrastructure project as well as how we pay for it. But if we get in a serious conversation about how to do that.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, and I want to talk about dementias. There's at least a dozen different dementias. Doctors call all of them Alzheimer's disease because when you look at the payout list, Alzheimer's disease pays the most. So no matter which of the 12 dementias you have, they're going to call it Alzheimer's disease, and there's no law that says you can't have 2 or 3 or 5 or 8 or all 12 of the dementias. And so you have to get rid of all the bad stuff. No fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, no gluten, no wheat, bran, rhinos, no sugar. And then I want you to take 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. That's 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. I want you to take the Ultimate Niacin plus 1 of those twice a day. Our De-Stress capsules, 3 of those twice a day. That's 2 bottles a month. Then I want you to take the Ultimate Daily Classic tablets, 3 of those twice a day per 100 pounds of body weight in case you have vascular dementia. And don't forget those 3 eggs twice a day because, remember, 75% of your brain weight is cholesterol. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, couple from the comments here. Let me see. Good morning, Steve. Cookie here. Hello to all the trucking friends on your program. I hope you can put me to sleep soon. Cookie, thank you so much. That was about an hour ago. Maybe she's snoozing by now. Let me see. A couple hours ago. Steve, I talked to Americans. You know where I live in Michigan, around the Detroit area. And I tell them what's going on down at the border. They don't even care. Most of them tell me, don't worry about it. So this is never going to stop. Well, until it hits their backyard. I'm thoroughly disgusted with the whole situation. I do care. And it makes me very weak. I'm glad I'm not a young kid anymore. Yeah, I get you there. I guess that was Colton's dad. He said, Colton wants to know if he texts this number on his phone before the show starts, will you see it when the show starts? The answer to that question would be yes. Yeah, actually, I think you can send the text messages at any point during the day. I think, matter of fact, a lot of people, when they're listening to the podcast or whatever in the afternoons and whatever time of day, may send a message, and I'll come in and say, oh, that was posted 8 hours ago or whatever. So, yes, you can send your texts, and it does come through to the 844-844-3388 number. Cue Ball, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
What the heck?
Hello?
What's going on, Cue Ball? Good to have you with us. Yeah.
So far, so good. Steve, I woke up this morning, started listening, and then right before you took the call from, I think his name was Steve, actually, talking about all the politics of the day. You know, I was going to talk about some of that for a moment, but then I heard their little email from Grump, and I'll piggyback on that real fast. I think Grump has figured out why Ilhan Omar was placed where she was placed and why she is who she is today from where she is today. There's no accident that she was put there.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, she's Somalian refugee, but in what like the little section of Minnesota, for those that may not know that, over by Minneapolis area, along with a lot of the other refugees.
Correct. So
there's no accident that they import people like that on purpose, to put them in certain areas on purpose, And they developed their own little, eventually turns into no-go zones. We all know that. We just can't say that. But I did so well. Steve, I remember I said something, 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks ago. And so far, I've kind of been right. Have you noticed the King of New York is still the King of New York?
Yeah, whatever happened to that Cuomo investigation? He was supposed to be going down, but that's been brushed under the rug, hasn't it?
I don't know. Maybe somebody. See, that's the thing. You got to think about it. And like I said, maybe not everybody remembers, but I'll go ahead and get into that here real fast. That's kind of what I called about. You know, I was listening to Steve. The other Steve, not you. Both listening to both of you, actually, technically. Anyways, I've long believed for a while now that, and a lot of you would refer to as the deep state, but who is the deep state and who runs it? Well, I'll go back in history, and you really don't have to go all that far. And I always bring up the fact that the FBI was brought up and was started under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover, who had his job from the moment he became director of the FBI all the way up until he died. And he did that by having weight on every single presidential candidate that came up. In other words, what I mean is, if he could dig up dirt, because not everybody speaks the way I speak, if he could dig up dirt on you as you were coming up in the presidential campaign and you finally were elected, and you're like, yeah, I'm getting rid of this J. Edgar Hoover guy, and you call him in your office to fire him, and he put the file on your desk because I don't think you want the public to know this, that, and that about this. You know, you might have a mistress, or your kid might be involved in something you don't want him to be, or whatever, and he walks out, keep his job, and you know, yep, he's going to have his job, and he's got weight on you. That's what that means. And that's how that man kept his job, like, literally all his damn life. The FBI was formed under corruption. It hasn't changed since he died. And it's been that way for a long time. The FBI did not have weight on Donald Trump, so the FBI went after Donald Trump. But they had weight on everybody else, and they were able to control him. Hence, I believe the deep state in this country is controlled by the FBI. Funny thing, I brought up, I don't know how well you hear the thing, that automated thing when you call in, it tells you what you want to talk about. When I said Joe Biden, Andrew Cuomo, and Kodak Black. Hannity mentioned this today. You know the rapper Kodak Black? You know the feds are going after him? Do you know what for?
No idea.
Lying on a background check trying to buy 2 handguns. Sound familiar? Matter of fact, it's Hannity's exact words. Sound familiar? Who else do we know that's somewhat famous? Probably more famous than Kodak Black, although I'd rather listen to Kodak Black. Who else lied on a federal application background check to buy a handgun that we know about for sure?
Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden, there you go. Ding, 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 you win. One of the FBI ain't going after him. Wonder why. Wonder why Biden does everything he's told to do. Because they don't have weight on Biden's. They got weight on his son. And Biden loves his son. I don't doubt that for a minute. For whatever little mental capacity the man has left, he loves his son, and he'll do what he's got to do to keep his kid out of trouble. Because that's what he's always done. As a father, I can understand. Hell, even respect it. But I can't blame the guy for that. However, it is extremely corrupt, and that's how they control him. Now, let's look at King Andrew over there up there in New York. They don't really have weight on him, or does he have weight on them? Remember what I said that last call where I talk about King Andrew, and I said, do you really think that it was by accident that many people got killed? You know, you got this virus coming out, and it wasn't as bad as they had thought. So to make it really bad, run for your lives, we're all going to die, you had to create a situation where it looked really, really scary, to the point where New York was actually using mass graves out in the city. I forget what that island was called out there where they were burying them at. So you send COVID-positive patients to the nursing homes on purpose to make absolutely sure you maximize your body count. That way you get the big numbers, and you get everybody running around screaming, we're all going to die, we're all going to die. Mass hysteria happens, and we willingly accept our chains and our lockdowns in our home jail cells. I firmly believe that the FBI doesn't really have that much weight on Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo. But he went after him with all of this, all these women and whatnot. But in the end, I honestly believe that Cuomo ain't going anywhere because he has the ability to leak it out. At least that's until the Clintons get to him. You know how that goes. Whatever crossed the Clintons that talks about it after the fact.
Right.
But I do believe that he has the ability to say, hey, you guys wanted me to do this, and I did. So I'd like to keep my job. Or he'll have one hell of an exit package on his way out the door. However, if I am wrong, one thing's for sure, he's a governor that's against the ropes, and he's signing every little left-wing craziness that ever came across the desk because he knows better. So I'm starting to wonder, at least in this country, who actually runs the place. I'm starting to honestly think it's the FBI because, like I said, General Flynn knew where the bodies were buried. He knew all the ins and outs of who knew what and why and how and all that. And they went after him hard and got him sent down the river. They had nothing on Trump, but they had to get rid of him too. Scary stuff when you think about it.
Yes, sir.
And who controls the FBI? That's the thing. Who controls the FBI? DCP. My personal opinion. Think about it. Everything. Has anything happened in the last handful of years that's been bad for China?
I guess Trump was about the worst. Trump might have been the worst thing with his tariffs and those sort of things, putting pressure on him. But aside from that, no.
Right. And as soon as Trump became a big problem with him, China figured out how to get rid of him, didn't they? They figured it out real good. My question is, if this doesn't work, and we actually as a country recover, I wonder what next pathogen they're going to release on us. You get into the whole, you remember the other day, it was maybe a week or two ago, we were talking about the whole, this vaccine really isn't vaccine. It's because it's not, dead virus. It's gene therapy or whatever they were calling it.
Right. That's exactly
because this is not an actual vaccine.
Gene therapy. That's right. Which is not really accepted in the medical community in this country, but that's what this vaccine is, but they're not calling it that.
Well, it's amazing what, words matter, and it's amazing how people don't want to accept the fact is that this quote vaccine isn't really a vaccine. Now, let me ask you something, Steve. Like I said, I already had the actual virus back in August, so there's no need for me to have a vaccine because I've got the best thing going, the immunity from the actual virus. Anybody I know that had the virus and had the vaccine got real sick when they got the vaccine. Anybody that didn't have the virus and had the vaccine, nothing happened to them. So that's just what I've seen from people that I know. But I will ask you this. What if, let's just stretch this out, because so far my quote-unquote conspiracy with Andrew Cuomo seems to be holding water. In fact, it holds a lot of water. So what if you could create a virus, push it all over the world, get most of America to take this vaccine, gene therapy, so now you know the genetic makeup of the majority of the population of the United States, so you know what will be more effective is the next thing you release. Imagine if that were the case. If you never hear from me again, you'll know I'm dead right.
I guess nothing's out of the realms of possibility, right?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility at all.
Yeah.
Why are they pushing vaccines to people that had the virus? Why are they pushing it so hard like that? Think about it. We all know after living this long enough, we all know the truth. And I start to wonder if they played us this bad already. What's the next? You think everybody? That's what really scares me with this country right now. Everybody thinks, okay, well, the end is. We're almost at the end. We're almost around the corner. It's a chess game, fools. You don't know where the end of the game is yet. You think you're at the end. There's a lot more of this game yet to be played. What if this is just the beginning? We think this is the only virus that's going to pop out of that country?
Yeah, right.
I don't know that to be fact, but I wonder. And if they're genetically changing the makeup of the United States, sounds like they'll know what to do next. And we all know everybody here is asleep at the wheel. No one's watching that. No one's watching that. Steve, we're supposed to be ready for anything, right? 20 years ago, 9/11, they didn't see that coming, did they?
No.
We didn't even have missiles to put on planes to shoot down planes. We had nothing. Nothing. I don't think we're prepared now. I think actually it's worse than that. We're purposely pretending that everything is going to be okay. I'm not so sure it is. I could be dead wrong. I could be absolutely crazy. After all, I'm not a virologist, and I'm not a I don't know, geneticist, or I guess that would be a genetic doctor there. But if a vaccine isn't a vaccine, it's gene therapy, then what's the purpose of it? I don't know. Information is key. Everyone's taking pictures on their, post it on their Facebook with their vaccine card. Meanwhile, I'm like, what, are you out of your mind? Doesn't that violate some kind of HIPAA law? What do I know? I only tried to get my kids' medical records, and I was trying to get custody of them years ago. And it was just getting my own son's medical records was an absolute nightmare. Now you got people's vaccine cards all over the internet. Idiot. What do I know? I'm just a full truck driver with an old ass truck.
Well, if I understand correctly, the Pfizer and the Moderna are both the mRNA, aka the gene therapy quote vaccine. I think the Johnson & Johnson, I believe that's like kind of your traditional reduced version of the live virus kind of thing. I don't know what the AstraZeneca is, but that seems to be having a lot of trouble with the blood clots and whatnot.
Right.
But overwhelming majority in this country are getting the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine. I don't know if there's any conspiracy theory to the 15 million doses of Johnson & Johnson that had to be tossed a few weeks ago, but
I have no idea, Steve. I just think it's funny that if it is gene therapy, it's kind of, I'm trying to think of how to explain it, but like I said, if they know what they're manipulating, then they know how to, they'll know how to get around it. And I never heard that on the news or anything. It's just something I'm sitting here thinking about as I drive down the road, and I'm just like, Like I said, I'm no geneticist or if that's the right word.
The media is not
but
talking about
I just wonder if China knows
well, they probably do. Yeah, actually, China's come out just in the last several days and kind of admitted that the vaccines that they have developed aren't worth a crap. Just something like a 50% efficacy, as they call it, rate. Yeah, so you got 50, you take their vaccine, you got 50-50 odds that it's doing anything for you. Not the best of odds. But yes, the scientific community at this point pretty much admits they don't know for certain that for those that are taking the mRNA vaccines, aka the Pfizer, the Moderna, they don't know if it's going to permanently alter your DNA. It definitely is a DNA, that's what the mRNA is all about. It's impacting your DNA. It's a gene therapy. They believe, so they tell us, it will only be for a period of time. Now, is that 6 months? Is that a year? Is it 2 years? And your supposedly DNA will go back to where it was kind of thing. But, that's why this is the emergency authorization. It's not officially an authorized vaccine. If they come to find out that we've just permanently altered the DNA of however many million people take that vaccine, I'm thinking it's not going to get the actual authorization. Or it sure as hell shouldn't. Real quick like those, Chevy guy. Yes, sir.
Okay, before I left the house tonight, my granddaughter's sitting there in Germany, and her job is defense business. And I told her, I said, it's not being reported over here, but Russia is massing on the Ukrainian border. I said, sweetheart, you learn your trade. You do the best you can, be the best at what you do. That's all you can do. And that her grandma and her grandpa are back here praying for her. And she came right back and she says, "Will do, sir." And she's on the watch. So there's at least I know that they're looking. And as for the bend over, they marched us, the U.S. Navy induction station, they marched us down the hallway, told us to face the wall, bend over, touch our toes. They come down with a flashlight, and they were checking rectal exam. I have no clue what Uncle Sam wanted to do with anything back there, but that's they did a flashlight exam, and then finally they give us the shots while we were in boot camp, which, by the way, was a shot when I was going to get a rectal exam for my chauffeur's license and a DOT physical, and it didn't work out the same way. I come back, in the back end, and I come out and looked at my wife. I said, "Honey, is he supposed to do that?" I've got prayers for our children that are in the military, because we got military leaders that's looking for ghost, racists in the ranks. They're wanting to stack it with transvestites. There's the gays, transvestites, and who knows else what. That's all they're worried about, social programs. And their job is to protect the country. So prayers for our children in the military. And yes, it's not been a negative tonight. We're talking about the issues of the day. The fact is, we still can say something, and that's what makes it great, America great, and that makes the Steve Summers Overnight Drive that much more important than ever before. 10-4, over and out, and enjoy the rest of your day, sir.
Copy in the mail, as they say. And I can see why. And they're saying, throughout Europe, they're on edge. They're very concerned about what's going on with Russia, Ukraine. Someone just sent me, I guess, this Turkish authorities confirming the 2 U.S. Navy warships are set to head into the Black Sea soon. No official word on which vessels will be headed into that body of water, but the reports that the Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, the USS Donald Cook and the USS Roosevelt, are the ships in question. All this as the Russian military continues to pour forces, including additional naval assets, into the southwestern portion of the country along the border with Ukraine, fueling fears that a new crisis between Moscow and Kiev, or worse, may be about to erupt. Turkey's foreign ministry disclosing they've received a formal notice about the impending transit of 2 warships from the Mediterranean Sea into the Black Sea, both of which are Turkish territorial waters. Now, that would be the straits they're going to go through, the Bosphorus, the Dardanelles Straits. Under the 1936 Montreux Convention, countries that do not have a Black Sea coastline must give advance notice of the deployment of naval vessels in and out of that body of water. That agreement also places restrictions on how many warships countries outside of the region can have there at one time, via limits on the total displaced tonnage of vessels and how long the deployments can last. Notice was sent out 15 days ago via diplomatic channels that 2 U.S. warships will be passing through the Black Sea in line with the convention. The ships remain in the Black Sea until May the 4th. All right, so it's troubling times. But hey, that wraps things up here on a Tuesday morning. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Get over to the overnightdriveradio.com. Get registered for this week's giveaway by clicking on contests, and pick up a couple of Overnight Drive Radio t-shirts, hats, travel mugs while you're there. Just click on shop, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but